Welcome to Warcraft Reloaded, a podcast brought to you by Mash Those Buttons, covering World of Warcraft Classic and its community. I am Bobby, also known as Blazin' Bob, and joined once again my trusty co-host, Mel, aka Melarina. How you doing?
Yep. I keep coming back, you know. Game reminds me every week.
Awesome. And we are also joined by Simonize Show. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, thanks for having me back. I always love to be here. Excited to discuss the Phase 2 news, man. There's a whole bunch to get into.
I know, there is a bunch. There's a bunch. And I feel like I failed the team here. I'm the only one that doesn't have a hat.
Fail.
Yeah.
Here, you can have this one. Yeah,
I would love that one. Oh.
Or would you rather this one?
I think the other one's my absolute favorite.
Okay. You could. I'll get you.
I would sport that. I would sport that all over the place.
Crop this out and put it
sideways. Would be great too.
Yeah.
And then we are also joined by Scotty J. How you doing, sir?
I'm all right, mate. Thanks for having me again.
Okay, and I was told by a bunch of people that after you and Josh made fun of my horrible British and Australian accents the last time you were on the show, we are supposed to get a sentence from you in my accent.
I don't do requests. Sorry.
No. Sad. All right. Well, I tried, guys.
Maybe once I've got some gin and tonic in me, because I pre-warn you, this is the first drink I'm having for about 3 weeks.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you've been sick.
I've been absolutely, just out of the game, out of everything. I've just been in bed for... literally the best part of 3 weeks. So I reckon halfway through the podcast, if I start slurring, you know why.
Well, I will join you in a drink once I get through the last of this water.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, guys. I'd like to start the show off by thanking our tank patrons, the Thick Lizzie, Croxford, Braxton, and Turtle Whale. You guys have been there forever, and we need more. We need more, guys. And I also like to mention that we stream the show live on twitch.tv/BlazinBob. That's BLAZZINBOB. I want to encourage you guys to join our Discord at warcraftreloaded.com/Discord. Also, Rested XP. If you're really gonna be getting a guide, the code Reloaded doesn't really work anymore. So please click the link in the description below in the show notes, or go to warcraftreloaded.com/restedxp. We're gonna start the show with a couple voicemails. The number for that is 816-866-1066, or go to speakpipe.com/warcraftreloaded. There are also some other voicemails that make more sense to play later in the show, so we're going to do that. But we'll start out with a couple. We'll do the comment of the week first. Then we'll start out with a couple of the voicemails, kind of find out what everybody's been doing this last week. Then we're gonna hit the news. And at the very end, we're going to talk about GDKPs being banned, and that's when we have a couple more voicemails. So let's jump in.
We should avoid that topic. Save it until then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Because there's plenty to talk about on the other stuff, but yeah, let's save it till the end.
I feel like this is fate. I'm fairly sure, Simon, the last time we was on this podcast together, we spent the majority of it talking about GDKPs.
Yeah, I think that. I think that was true too.
It's a hot topic. But all right. Well, we'll start out with the comment of the week, and this one cracked me up. It's from Tony Z7690. And he says, GDKPs are dead. Now Bob can stop contributing to ruining the game. And I loved the comment, but I think there's a disconnect in what you guys think I do. I do one GDKP a week in Wrath. And that's it.
Scum.
It's like I haven't done one in fucking sod at all. Not one. And not to say I wouldn't, but I haven't had to. I've been getting it all free. Like, so I don't know. It's, if it was harder content, maybe I would, have looked, but don't need to. So I don't know. But yeah, I thought that was pretty funny.
I would like to combat this comment of the week. I have a better one, much better one,
Okay.
from Mr. Fluffy the Turtle, which the name in and of itself, I feel like should be the comment of the week because that's amazing. But you know how we were talking about somebody fishing in your fishing hole? Right?
I almost picked this one.
Yeah. So we were talking about like what you could do and how they could fix that, where you could murder somebody if they fished in your hole.
So many euphemisms. I mean, seriously, can we just stop now?
Wait, to be clear, we talk about fishing pools in World of Warcraft.
I don't know.
Yes. Someone wanted it to be so if someone comes up and you're already have a hole, you have your bobber in it, and they put their bobber in it,
we should just call it a pool.
That's called a threesome.
They go red, and you can kill them.
Dude, that happened to me once, dude, and I decided fishing wasn't for me. So I put my bobber into someone else's hole that they already had their bobber in, like 2 seconds after they had cast their bobber, and they lost their shit, started whispering me. They were not happy. And I was like, man, fishing people are freaks. I'm out.
You didn't know the fishing etiquette. You didn't know the fishing etiquette. But Mr. Fluffy the Turtle said that you can just go put your character on top of their bobber to fuck with them, which I thought was pretty genius, right? That's very annoying. When there's like something in your way of your bobber and you can't get it.
Like a mob or something.
Take my big torn and put it on your bobber if you come fishing my pool.
When you do it on the big repair mount, so they're constantly trying to click on the vendors as well. I know you can't do that in sod, but
it's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. Yeah, so let's do this first voicemail.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Mel. This is Yosemite Ham from Crusader Strike. My brother and me were speculating about Phase 2 of Sod. We think there's definitely going to be some mana changes, particularly with priests. Them son of bitches don't lose any mana in PvP. We also think Shadow Free are going to get a huge upgrade of damage going forward. Could you please address our predictions and then let me know what you might think might happen with Phase 2 going forward? Thank you. Please message me in-game if you would like to do. Yosemite Ham. Bye.
No,
I reckon they'll make that unlimited mana in PvP even more unlimited and increase and reduce the amount of damage that they take.
I'm pretty sure this is acting because I hear him almost lose it and laugh. Yeah, he's like so close to laughing. I thought it was great though. Thank you for that. Send in more like that. Give us voices. Yeah, I mean, priests were always good, so if they just keep getting better, I mean...
Yeah, priests pretty good right now. That's for sure.
I will tell you, they do run out of mana, because we stop attacking them in Warsong Gulch when they're out of mana, and it happens quite a bit, so... I don't know. Shadow Priest, though, you think Shadow's actually going to jump up?
But I haven't got a great deal of love from what we've seen so far outside of Mind Spike. But, Mind Spike's not really the answer to all of the problems, unfortunately.
I think they'll be better. I don't think they'll get as much better as all the other classes will get better, right?
I do think they're, well, not Shadow, but Priest in general, I do think have got the best rune in Phase 2, which I know we're going to talk about later, so I won't spoil it now. But
I think,
Priest love.
Probably just like all the casters are going to benefit hugely from the crafted item overhaul and the dungeon loot overhaul. Like there's just purely like taking bad old items that were designed for casters and just like adding actual spell damage onto them. Is like, great. Okay, now casters actually have gear, and that's like a big part of the balance of the game is like do you actually have access to the items that have the stats you want? Because sometimes you don't. And it's like, you could have all the best abilities, you know, you want, but if your gear can't support it, it's no good. So having that caster gear support seems like really cool.
I'm going to do a big plea, though, to the devs. We're already sitting in a meta where it's extremely hard for melee to get into PvP Warsong Gulch groups. So, guys, melee damage should do more damage. Like, if you, like, I'm sorry, if you want it to be PvP game, we cannot have every class doing the same damage because ranged are ranged. Like, I love the fact that if you bring a mage to your BFD, you could do huge pulls. I mean, you could probably do huge pulls regardless, but like, that's their thing. Like, they shouldn't have just as good single target too, and we shouldn't have just as good AoE. Like, keep classes different, keep strengths different.
It's the retail mentality. That's what it is.
Yeah, it scares the crap out of me for PvP. Like, if you have to get down and dirty and get up in there, then you should be doing the more damage.
Yeah.
But we'll see what they do. But I have a feeling with all this new casting gear, we're going right down, looking for more ranged Warsong Gulch AB, looking for ranged. Ooh. Yeah, so we'll see. But that was the first one, and then here's the second one.
Hey, Bob, Mel, and potential guests. This is Andy. I'm a huge fan of the podcast. Love it. I love the length of the episodes and everything. The longer, the better is my take. It kicks ass. Keep up the great work. I just can't get enough of them. So thank you. I guess coming from episode 192 with Showback and Classic Go, I really like the stuff they were saying about how, like, you know, you put time into the game and the game will reward you. And I think I haven't been able to fully clear content over the years. I've been playing this game, you know, from way back in vanilla. Never made it to the end game. Even when they released Classic, I didn't make it to the end game stuff. I never really felt like I completed the game, and that's totally okay with me. What are your takes on the player base? Kind of, Showbeck was kind of getting into this a little bit, and I kind of liked it. You know, it's like tempering what the game is going to give you. I go in, I set my own goals. I don't let the pull of the community or whatever steer what I want to get out of the game. I'm just trying to enjoy it, and that's my main goal. And I really think that is what makes it so great, because the game gives something to everybody. No matter how much time you have, no matter what you want to put into it, you get what you get out of it. And I love that about Vanilla WoW. So wonderful.
I don't know that there's really a question there. He has two voicemails. There is a question. The other one, this was kind of like, how do you feel about? I don't know. How did you take the question? And I don't know if I'm going to answer. My answer is going to be right.
I think he was basically just.
Well, he was saying, how do we feel about the player base? Like, should they like?
No, I think he was saying he agreed with Showback, and how do we feel about the fact that everybody should go into the game with their own goals in mind and not let the sweaties dictate what they should be doing in the game, right? And I think that's a common consensus among people. I think the actual follow through of that is very difficult for people, right? People go into the game with their expectations and they're like, oh, this is what I want to do. And then they get in there and then they see other people doing other things. And then all of a sudden they want those other things without the amount of time and work that other people put into those other things.
Well, I've said many times on this podcast that, you know, like, especially I know many people are not planning on playing Cata Classic because of Season of Discovery. I'll be playing it, but, you know, it's a big step up in difficulty, or it should be, as long as they don't mess with it too much. You know, that's a step up in difficulty, even from heroic 5-mans, you know, all the way up to obviously end game content. And I've always said that's fine. You know, like, don't make it easier. Don't make everything like so face roll that it just means everybody can do it, because it's fine. It's fine. You know, it's fine that some people can't do what the top players do or the top guilds do. You know, if you want to be able to do that and you think you've got the skill to be able to do that, then it's probably the guild that you're in, right? You know, the players that you're playing with. So then if you want that, like real end game, you want to be pushing for server first and stuff like that, then it's more about surrounding yourself with like-minded people. I know this is more like he was saying, the more time you put in, you know, the more you get out, but also the more effort you put in, the more you get out. You know, that's the thing with WoW. So like I'm against the philosophy of just trying to make everything so easy just so everyone can experience the content. But at the same time, I like it that people can experience it on lower difficulties. You know, like Ice Crown, you can go and kill the Lich King. That's great. If you're not good, you know, I don't want to sound harsh by saying if you're not good enough to do heroic, but if you're surrounded by people that you enjoy playing with, and as a group you're not good enough to kill the Lich King on heroic, you still get to experience the fight mostly, you know, by doing it on normal. So I think having like accessible content for everybody, but then harder content for the I don't know, the exception to the rule or however you want to word it, I think that's a good thing. And I'm hoping that that's something that we actually see in Endgame of Season of Discovery, you know, where it's not just absolutely just go through and just clap every boss in 10 seconds in Molten Core. You know, I think that should be the case. You know, there can be an easy difficulty, but I'd like to see him do actually some form of heroic content, you know, where it can just be exactly the same mechanics and everything, but everything's just scaled up to, you know, if you get hit by this mechanic, you die. But it's exactly the same. You know?
I feel like that could very possibly be coming in their level 60 content on their timeline or whatever. Like they just give us heroic versions of the different dungeons, and I could see them even rolling them out like a couple at a time, a few at a time type of deal. But that's way off. But I don't know I don't know if this wasn't really the question, I guess, but like it's something that's really neat to me. So I have a bunch of friends that have come back for SOD. These are also friends that tried to come back for 2019 Vanilla Classic. They tried to come back for TBC, and they tried to come back for Wrath. And every time they got left behind. And now these same players, some of them have two full geared tunes in SOD. And I think there's probably a ton of people that are able to keep up now because of this. And I think it's really cool. So it kind of doesn't really fit with the thing, but he talks about not having a lot of time. I mean, this is perfect for a lot of people that didn't have a lot of time.
So yeah, I took so much flack. Oh, sorry, Simon. Mine's really quick. I took so much flack in one of the first season of Discovery videos that I put out because I said, like, I see it as being a second game or a side game for someone like me who's got a lot of time to play, you know. And I really do believe that. I still stand by that now because I've got to be honest. If it weren't for the fact that I've been just had man flu and been crying for 3 weeks, I still wouldn't have been playing that much anyway. Because I'm just waiting for phase 2. And I feel like it's great for people who haven't got a lot of time. They only get a couple of hours a day or whatever, or you know, a few hours a week. They can keep up. They can really enjoy it. But for those that play to some of the hours that we play, you know, where we sit and have like an 8 to 10 hour session streaming, you run out of things to do pretty quick, or it's extremely repetitive. You're just doing the same thing over and over again.
Or you make a 4th rogue character.
Exactly. And I've leveled so many characters that are just sat at level 25 and haven't even stepped foot in a dungeon or BFD. You know, where I've just gotten to 25 and been like, I can't be asked for that now.
See, I think the thing with Season of Discovery is the barrier to entry is so much lower than it has been in other versions of WoW. And, you know, you're getting the best gear, right? You get to level 25, you go to BFD. You're not doing BFD in easy mode, getting like non-heroic versions of the item. You are getting your best in slot epic staff. There's that excitement of like this best in slot thing dropped. It's a huge upgrade. That's
some of us aren't getting that. You know, some of us aren't getting that. Some of us haven't seen that drop, you know, or won that drop.
I raided with Jordy every single BFD reset on my first rogue. we haven't seen the epic staff drag. He's on his priest. He mauls about that every time.
Yep.
And kind of the flip side to having the super difficult stuff like Heroic Lich King, it's like you have Heroic Lich King and you have normal Lich King. And if you can't do Heroic Lich King, that's fine. You can do normal Lich King. But the people who are only doing normal Lich King, you know, loot drops from that and they say, oh, this isn't my best in slot, but it's the best I'm going to be able to get. And it's less exciting, I imagine. And they you know, they might see other people doing the super hard thing and think like, we're never going to be able to do that. And they might feel a little left out or left behind. Certainly the challenge of Heroic Lich King being there is an insane challenge. And for the people that want that, it's really big. But I do think it does have a bit of a negative effect on the people that only see other people doing it and think that they can't do it themselves.
Yep. And that's an unpopular opinion that both Simon and I and Jordy have shared for a long time. But pretty much all the other guests we've had on the show, you know, Scotty included, like they like to have the harder content, have the better loot. And that's okay. It's just two different trains of thought. Like, you know, so, but I'm in the same boat Simon is.
I think you have to figure out, though, driver. Yeah, I do think it's a good driver. I also think even the sweatiest wouldn't do the harder content if it didn't give a better reward.
You say that, but people speed run.
They would once.
People speed run.
Yeah, but they would do it once, I think, to, you know, say they cleared the content, but I don't think they'd continue to do it if they could get the same gear doing it easier and quicker, right?
Oh, yeah, I think that's true for sure.
The majority of people, but the sweaties would still do it, I think.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they're like, it's efficiency, right? Like you would be more efficient running the regular mode if you got the same gear from the regular mode in half the time and then doing another character. So I don't think that's the case, but I do think that you have to figure out what you want from the game. Like, do you want to be clearing the hardest content, or is it more important for you to be playing with your friends who, you know, you can just sit back with and go through a dungeon or go through a raid and be fine? I think you have to, like Scotty was saying earlier, you have to decide what you want, and then you have to seek out people that have similar interests as you. And that's the only way that you're going to truly be happy with your progress through WoW.
I still think you're wrong on the super sweaties, because you say efficiency. And if you're talking about time spent, then I mean, they're doing it way not like they're doing the dungeon super quick, but the efficiency of time spent, they're way off because they've spent tons of time planning, spreadsheets, roles. Everybody has their different things that are supposed to do. They have to hit things at the right time. They're practicing. They're coming with way more consumes than a normal raid would. I think there would be sweaties that would still do it. The top of the top players. It's just the majority of the players wouldn't.
I got to be honest. I would do the hardest content in the game for no loot, just because it's hard. Just, you know, I find that fun. But the thing is, loot means nothing now. You know, as in, like I remember back in even like 2004 original vanilla, you'd see like a paladin in full tier 1 stood in Ironforge, and you'd be like, oh man, fucking hell, this guy's a god.
We'll never get that again, though.
It's so exciting. Now you inspect someone and you see it and you're like, I wonder how much that cost him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would say though, like Season of Discovery still keeps on giving. Like we started doing the pre-questing a couple weeks ago on all of our tunes, and they're all really hard quests, the best quests. And we've had a blast doing 5-man groups, and people are even coming when they've got the quest done on their tune, just because the PvP aspect of it is really fun too. So it's been a really neat thing. Like, and I thought it was going to be like work to do pre-questing, and instead it's been really fun. Like, so I think there's a lot to still do in the world. Some of it is a bit of a
chore of being like, am I on the correct stage of this quest? Is this quest supposed to be in my log or just ready to be picked up? The organizing of it is a bit of a chore, but like, I know for my like main character that I'm trying to level up first, I like went into all the detail. I actually just leveled up a fresh 4th rogue so I can like have all the perfect quests available. And then on every other character that I planned to level up, I just went and was like, okay, I'm going to go to these 4 quest hubs, do every quest there until my quest log's full, and call it good. And like when I log into those characters that I'm leveling, 2nd or 3rd, yeah, I'll get like level 26 and a half or maybe level 27, but on the one that's like perfectly stacked, it would be like 28 and a half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my rogue has like did a ton of quests for gold early on, so I've got a lot of the backup quests, but I'm using Jordy and only Black Smoke's guide. I mean, I've got all these items that start a quest that just give you EXP. I've got quests that you just don't pick up the last piece, because the last piece you'll be able to pick up that day after you've turned in some other quests, and you just place a barrel on the ground, right? And then quest over, right? Like there's so many cool things. And then having at least 18 War Song Gulch marks, because that's 6K EXP right there, and just all these different things. Cooking quests where you could have the mats prior, like wool and silk. Like, so I don't know. It's been really fun just doing that puzzle. So I don't know. I've had a blast. All right. Well, okay. So yeah, let's move into. Oh, time for the news. I screwed up.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Wait, is that the wrong soundbite?
No, I was supposed to ask you guys what have you been up to?
Wasn't there another voicemail? You said you left another voicemail with a question.
Yeah, but it's for our discussion at the end.
Okay. What have I been up to? Without getting too much into it, I've just been busy, ruining the server economy every single day, dude. Participating in GDKP raids and having a good time, earning my average of 13 gold payout per raid and 12 gold average expenditure in Season of Discovery. Just these massive amounts of gold that are just destroying the server economy. You know what I mean?
You are the problem. I see.
Yeah, and doing all the pre-questing and stuff. And I mean, all the Phase 2 news has been like, there's so much of it, and it keeps changing. Of like when the Phase 2 patch went onto the PTR, it got data mined. Then 2 days later, some of the data mined information, like items changed, and like there's stuff that we're not sure if it's going to be in the game or not. But everyone's like, Simon, what's the best rogue build going to be? And I just have to keep being like, guys, we don't have enough information to know that for sure yet, How many bosses are going to be poison immune? Which ones are going to be bleed immune? Are we actually getting those helm runes? There's people want this information, but it ain't really there yet.
People want you to say it so that they can come back and do, be like, you were wrong. You were wrong. They want the rugs, the rugs tier list so they can give him shit, for months afterwards, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is the first version of the game, though, that we haven't had the majority of the information prior to the phase coming out.
I feel like a lot of people are used to that because, we went through so many, literally 4 or 5 years of Classic where, every boss and every item and every patch was, known prior and could be researched. Save for the limited changes Blizzard eventually decided to make. And it's like, maybe people just expect that's going to be the case with, maybe they aren't fully into it. They don't know that the future information isn't actually known for Season of Discovery.
That's what I like. I like the fact that I haven't got a clue 100%. What spec I'm going to be playing. What's gonna really be best once we start playing around with them. Because like you said about poison immune, bleed immune, how much health they're going to have? How long are these fights going to last and stuff? That's the one thing I like about Season of Discovery is the unknown.
Yeah. I mean, rogues have really powerful bleed effects. They have really powerful poison effects. If you know the boss is going to be vulnerable to poison, you're going to want to go into the poison talents because they're very powerful, but they're useless if the boss is immune to poison. And like if the fight only lasts 30 seconds, you know, you probably want the most powerful cooldowns in your talents to go full combat, so you get adrenaline and blade flurry. But you know, if the fight's longer than that, you probably want the other talents. And there's just so many things.
Well, and then it changes
it's very
to
exciting, you know, very exciting to explore kind of a new game with uncertain information.
Well, the same with with mutilate being changed, you know, and
oh yeah, I saw that.
You know, way less energy costs. Like, you know, these things can all change everything. Plus, what are the best weapons that drop? Like, I mean, if we have a bunch of fast daggers or a bunch of slow daggers, or you know, like, so there's a lot to consider.
Yeah, certainly. Like I was saying before with the caster gear, like something that buffs or nerfs a class, just like buffs or nerfs a spec, is like what gear can you actually obtain? Like certainly, like there was, you know, a data mined like epic fist weapon that was like really good, and it's like if that didn't exist, like that's like the only like really good sinister strike or saber slash weapon that we've seen so far. And like if that didn't exist, that's just like a nerf to any kind of build that would want to use those abilities. And it's like the loot influences what builds would be good or bad too.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Scotty, what have you been doing? You just been being sick?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I've hardly been, well, actually, when I say I've not been playing anything, the Steam Deck has been an absolute lifesaver when I've been in bed and not been able to move, because I've been doing a little bit. Like I've been logging on WoW most days still, but not been doing a great deal. I've been raiding on Wrath. I think I've raided on Wrath probably twice while I've been ill.
You might want to give
Baldur's Gate 3 a lot.
Oh, so good. Oh, God. You might want to give Go a hug. I know he's been missing you. He's been missing his mate.
Yeah, I've been jumping in his streams like regularly, but just not been talking because I've just been putting it on next to me and then just laying there with my eyes closed. But I've been keeping my eye on him as long as he knows that. But no, honestly, I've not really been doing a great deal. I've not done any prep yet. Like I'm planning on starting stream. I've not streamed for like 3 weeks, so I'm planning on starting to stream again tomorrow. It was going to be today, but I just couldn't be bothered. I looked at the go live button and was like, oh, I'll go back to bed. But I've not started any prep or anything. No quest stacking, like literally nothing. Yeah, and it's getting very close now. So I've got a lot to do over the next few days.
I mean, it's something that's always been true about quest stacking, like when TBC came out and when Wrath comes out. It's basically like spending 10 times as much effort now to save, 1/10 of the time after the patch goes live. Like, I didn't do any quest stacking for TBC or Wrath. This is actually like the first patch release where this was a potential thing that I actually did it, and I kind of only did it because I was running out of other things to do. Like you were saying, I mean, you just run out of stuff to do. And I'm like, all right, we'll quest stack, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go to big extremes. As long as I've got a quest log full with stuff to hand in, that's it.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to worry too much.
Yeah, just like I was saying, like it's pretty easy to just go to a couple different quest hubs, do the available quests without having to dig into like min-maxing it, and you'll still have like a sizable advantage to start off with just that kind of minimal effort.
Yeah. I think I've never done the quest stacking before. I mean, I might have had like, 11 or 12 quests done or something, been kind of partially ready. But yeah, like I said, what's made this this stacking so much fun is just the fact that I'm running around doing it with a bunch of friends, and there's PvP, and the server's like pretty much balanced, like, and we're we win fights, we lose fights, like, I mean, it's cool, like it's like living in a world once again, whereas Benediction, Horde is a endangered species that was wiped off the map years ago. So so that part's been great. So Mel and I have just been, I can answer for her because she's not here or whatever, but we've just been pre-questing and doing our raids. I've been leading 2 raids. me and Mel's raid, and then also I have been filling in for Winky in the beer league because he is not coming back until phase 2. So I've been running that raid too, and my leadership skills have gone from full suck, which you guys heard about weeks ago, when so now I'm only half suck because you never go full suck, you only go half suck. So I have upgraded to being okay, and we're getting our runs done in about 30 minutes or so, which is I think good for us. So
I've never liked leading raids while streaming because it's just doing too many things at once. I'm trying to play my character well. I'm trying to respond to my Twitch chat and interact with them, and then I'm also trying to manage all the different questions and complaints of the people in the raid of oh, if I come as this spec, am I still allowed to roll on this thing? Or I reserved that item, can I reserve this item instead now? And, there's just an unlimited number of questions of, it's just it's just too much more for me to manage at once.
I'm exactly the same. So I don't raid. Well, I'm not raiding EU at the moment, not until probably pre-patch. But obviously, up until maybe a month ago, I'd raid NA and EU on RAF. But on EU, I was raid leading. So I'd never stream EU raids. I'd stream every NA raid because I'm just chilling, But yeah, and I don't think even to this day anyone's seen me stream an EU raid in RAF just because I'm raid leading. I'm exactly the same as you. It's just too much. And it's they start, when you got people backseating, it's why are you doing it like that? It's don't worry, we know what we're doing. It's fine.
The thing that tilts me the most is the question when I get a question and it's why are you not doing this thing? And it's I don't have an explanation for every single one of the things I'm not doing.
And then in the time you then explain it to the stream, you've now neglected your raid leading duties for about 10 minutes. Yeah, it just I'm exactly the same. Yeah, I can't do both.
It's the same with Warsong Gold's pre-base because I've been doing a lot of those, and I've been making the groups. I don't always lead the group. I mean, I'm an okay target caller, but that's all I'm doing. But sometimes we get people in, and I can tell that they're a good lead. So I'm just do what they say, right? And so many times I have to tell everybody because they'll be no, we should do this. No, we should do this. No, we should do this. I'm guys, we can talk about that after the game. Right now, any plan's better than nothing. So do what he says, and then we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 10 people doing the same strategy, even if it's not the most optimal strategy, is going to be better than 6 people doing one thing and 4 people doing something else that they independently decided was better. It's the leader is there for a reason, so everyone does the same thing.
Yep. The
except for when your leader forgets
target
the flag is a necessary objective of this part of the game. Right?
Oh yeah.
Bobby's really good at calling targets and getting us to take over the middle, and then there's a time where I'm somebody still needs to go get the flag. We're doing good here, but yeah, somebody still needs to go grab that.
One of the games I played yesterday, it was versus another Alliance pre-made, so it was pre-made versus pre-made, and the Alliance team had 100 more kills than us over the course of the game, and we won the game 3 caps to 1. Just the kills didn't matter because we escorted our flag. That's the objective. But there's
so often
massive disparity in the number of kills.
Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah. So yeah, that's what we've been doing, and we've been having a good time. But now we can actually move on to
news.
Time for the news. So I saw this Twitter post from World of Warcraft, and it reminded me that I had not put the news of the changes coming to matchmaking. But yeah, so we can talk about that in a second. But first, I want to address this tweet, and this tweet is alarming for me. And tell me if I'm crazy. But I've done thousands of hours of Arathi Basin, and I even used to do like full pre-mades back in 2005 through 2010. They asked, where do you head first in Arathi Basin? The lumber mill, the blacksmith, or the gold mine? 55% said lumber mill, 26 said blacksmith, and 17 said gold mine. I say blacksmith too. What do you say, Simon?
I mean, I think you send most of the people to the blacksmith as the like central location.
It's equidistant to every base, so you want a whole blacksmith. If you've got blacksmith, you're fine.
Yeah, is the most important node.
Can we just talk about the 17% that said gold mine, though?
Let's
talk about those. Like that 17%. Like you should never play that game.
I mean, that's where I go second. I'll go blacksmith.
Sure.
Once blacksmith secure, then I'll run over and I'll parachute down to gold mine. And I mean that's my general
route.
There
first.
Yeah,
I mean, ever goes there first.
Yeah, I mean, you said like a small
one
group.
person or two.
Yeah,
a couple of stealthers.
Maybe, but yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So this poll ended with like 16,000 votes, and lumber mill was still the number one. And that just makes me think, holy shit, so many people are actually just not educated on how BGs work.
But lumber mill's not a bad shout either, because you can go lumber mill, capture it, and then parachute down to blacksmith. I mean, that is talking that everybody's got parachutes, but
but that's a super sweaty group. Like this wasn't like this is just like your first go to, and this is the problem with pugs is that, dude, guys, now Horde does have an advantage getting to blacksmith, but I played Alliance the majority of AB. Well, I don't know. That's hard to say because I was Horde back in the day. I don't know, but either way, Alliance still has to go for blacksmith. And if you do go lumber, and you do jump down, the problem is the way AB works is you rotate. And the fastest base to get back to from every single base is blacksmith. So no matter what they hold besides that, they can always real quickly rotate back over. And that's a huge problem. So I just, this makes me scared. And even like in Warsong Gulch, if you do a pug, everybody runs out the right door because that's what you do if you have a fucking mount, but you don't have a mount. So you go out tunnel, guys. Like I know I sound like an asshole, but some of these things are just common sense and people just do whatever they do. And then I was listening to Countdown to Classic, and one of the guys on it was like, well, I'm a rogue, so I just stay in guard in the flag room. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you're just griefing your fucking team. Like, that's what I did in 2005 when I didn't know what the hell was going on. Like, you need to be there in mid with your team.
Some people, they just want to, like, go in the battleground and kill some people. And they don't care about your strategic decisions, okay?
I don't know. It's just, it's... This post just, like, really fired me up. And then there's people arguing with me on Twitter, and I'm just like, oh, my God.
What if they wanted to go lumber mill because they're role-playing on Crusader Strike role-playing server as a lumberjack? Like, come on. That's their game experience.
You don't know the whole story here.
Don't you tell me how to play the game.
Or you do what I do and just go to gold mine and stealth there right from the start, pretending you're defending it whilst actually watching Netflix.
Yeah, exactly.
Not even trying to contribute to the game whatsoever.
I love capping state.
And then somebody caps it when there's a rogue stealth there.
I'm like, shit, but I didn't want to miss that. That was too good.
I might or might not have gotten one of my exalted Arathi Basins while at work in the in the observer room guarding
stables.
It wasn't stables though, because I was horde at that time. It was farm. And I'd just go and defend farm. And I would listen for it, but I was working at the same time. You know, and like I would properly, like I wasn't just AFK completely, but I did lose it a few times where, you know, someone would sap me or something, and like, yeah, but
it's fine.
I don't know. Yeah, it just okay. So, what do you guys think about the changes though? Because they're basically, it sounds like the same change they did in TBC that worked horribly
with the queues.
Yeah,
is that so the change they're saying, like, if you're in a group with a lot of people, you're more likely to be placed against another, you know, battleground that involved large groups of people queuing together.
See,
versus if you're in a small group or solo, you're more likely to be placed against other people that are small group or solo. And that's different than how the queue works right now, which is just like random. Just mishmash, doesn't care how you queue up. My take on that is, you know, if pre-mades are going to fight pre-mades much more often, it becomes questionable if joining a pre-made and organizing with other people actually improves your honor or reputation gain per hour. Because, you know, even against, you know, mildly competent teams, like a pre-made versus pre-made game could take a very long time. Like, even if your team is better, like the other team being cohesive and organized, can put up quite a fight. So
also
I think that could actually be a negative, because I think you should be rewarded in an MMO game for grouping up with your teammates and coordinating to achieve your goals. What I also think is that for the majority of people, which I imagine the majority of people are solo or small group queuing, this will make the experience better for them, because they really don't like just getting rolled by pre-mades every time they come up against one.
Well, tell me if
rated battlegrounds would have been amazing.
Yeah,
rated
I've been wanting those
in this. It would have been just so good.
I've
and
been
that would have
wanting
just
those forever.
basically that would have solved everything, because no one really would have been doing pre-mades in normal battlegrounds when you've got rated battlegrounds. But the way they've worded it, or the way that it's going to work, so it's like, correct me if I'm wrong, I've not actually got it in front of me. Like five or less and 6 or more, I think it said, didn't it?
See, I read it wrong at first and thought they were like, if it was a 6-person group, they were going to try and match you with another 6-person group and then fill in the rest on each side.
No. So
Mel
it'd be
pointed
6 to
out,
10.
yeah, that it's the same exact thing. So no one's going to queue 6 or higher.
Well, no, because so I'd imagine it's going to be like 2. So obviously individuals are not going to count. So it'd be like 2 to 5, and then 6 to 10. So there'd be like no like negative reason to not have a full 10-man pre-made split up into 2 groups of 5, both queue at exactly the same time.
Been saying it forever. Used to do it, TBC.
Yeah. Of course we did. Yeah, and let's say 30% of the time you got in a group, you know, a BG together, you can more or less guarantee it's going to be a win, because you might have groups of 2s and 3s, maybe the odd 5, whatever, you know. Like, I just see that being the way to go, unless you are literally just going with a full group and you want pre-made action. You know, if you want easy, quick farms, then just splitting your group down has got to be the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the workaround that people did before when they implemented this system. And there was a suggestion I had seen, I don't remember where I saw it from, but I thought it was very good, to kind of, the goal of this is so, like, big pre-made teams fight big pre-made teams, and solo queues fight solo queues. But, you know, if you have, you know, 2 groups of 5 simultaneously queuing, like you said, that's the workaround. They're effectively gaming the system, getting around the system. I think if Blizzard could add a random delay to the queue, this would be very good. So
of just 20 to 30 seconds would be all they probably need to do it, too.
You press Q, and then in-game, it tells you you're in the queue, but you're not actually in the queue yet. It just waits, you know, 1 to 20 seconds or something, then actually puts you in the queue. And that would make it effectively impossible for people to simultaneously queue to try to game this system.
I'm hoping that's what they did this time around, because they didn't last time. Like, it was
because
almost
without
perfect.
That, without that, I think without some way to prevent the simultaneous queuing, it's so easy for an organized team to work around this.
Well, and
then you don't get the desired result.
So I've not done mass amount. Well, I've done a handful of Warsong Gulches, like PvP. Wait, PvP don't interest me in Season of Discovery. I've got to be honest with you. Like, as in, it's just not for me. Maybe the level 40 bracket might be a different story. I think it's mainly because my main is a mage, and it's just I just can't fucking stand it, to be honest with you, in PvP at the moment. When you queue, and again, I've not played for a few weeks, does it tell you the numbered battlegrounds you're getting in? Does it say like enter?
That's what I said.
I don't know how to look at it. I think it might in chat. I never look, but you can always see all the numbers.
And I can't remember. Yeah, I know you can see them when you're queuing, but when it pops up on your screen and says enter battleground, does it say you've been entered into BG 15 or what? I can't remember.
I don't, but I bet it says it in chat. I just never read that. I'll have to watch for that the next time.
I mean, it used to. That's how we used to do AV. It was like, did you get into 13 or did you get into, like, you know what I mean? Like 13.
But it said it while it said it while we're in there. Right?
No, it used to say it before. It
definitely it did, didn't
That's what
it?
I don't know if it's doing that on Season of Discovery, because, as I say, I've just not done enough or even paid that much attention.
I don't think it is,
to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, that if they give that information, that provides yet another way to,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Game the system.
So I have a question for. Okay, so I know me and Simon and I have done a bunch. I've probably done at least 20, if not 30 hours in Warsong Gulch across all of my tunes. Very little of that, maybe an hour, 2 tops, solo queuing or 2-man queuing or 3-man queuing. We have won some of those games though, which is weird. But so many people complained about this, right? And I see the comment that like leaving pre-mades in the game is catering to the 10% instead of the 90%. And then I think to myself, well, don't you guys say you queue into pre-mades almost exclusively, like 4 out of 5 games? If that's the truth,
makes sense.
Then that means it's probably over 50% of people doing it, And so it kind of sucks because, okay, back at any other version of WoW, before SOD, if I did a pre-made, it was about 1 in 5 matches that I would come up against another pre-made, sometimes even 1 in 10. But in SOD, it's been almost every match is a pre-made. Like from the start to like we did it just last night. And it's interesting that like people, I think people are just still using the same argument that they had prior when that's not really what's happening in SOD. Like people, the majority of people are pre-mating. And I wish Blizzard would throw out those numbers, because maybe it's just the time of day that I play Warsong. Maybe that's when the most pre-mates play. That could be a thing too. But it's been crazy for me because we did it last night. We did maybe 10 games, and 2 of them were partial pre-mades.
The rest of them were full pre-mades. Yeah.
So it's just I don't know.
I think it definitely varies based on when you're playing. Like this weekend, it was Warsong holiday weekend, and I grouped up with another pre-made, and I felt like about 50% of the games were against other pre-mades. Some of those other pre-mades were good and put up a challenge. Others were not, and we rolled over them about as much as we rolled over a random puck.
And they'll give up even quicker too.
Yeah. And then last week, like I decided, it'd be fun. Let's try solo queuing Warsong, just on stream, see what happens. And it was different time of day. It wasn't Warsong holiday weekend, and I felt like maybe 25 or maybe 30% of the games were against other pre-mades. And then those were over quick. And when I got Pug versus Pug, because I was solo queuing, we'd have a reasonably enjoyable 20 to 30 minute game occasionally. And this is the thing I hated the most about solo queuing is I would get teammates who just bicker with each other and be like, oh, we lost the flag because you didn't do this, or you should have done that, and it's definitely not my fault. They just start fighting with each other, saying, oh, it's over, it's time to give up, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's really why I want a pre-made. So I can go in with 10 people who aren't going to do that, who aren't going to just, like, complain like that.
So, Moloko Motive in chat says something that I didn't even think about that could possibly be true. Said, well, if you don't like playing against pre-mains, you stop playing and then only pre-mains remain. I mean, I can't argue with that, I guess. Like,
it's like pre-mades. So the whole point of pre-mades is to go in and roll over people and get fast honor. Like the worst thing for a pre-made to see is another pre-made. Like that's not why people do pre-mades.
Unless you're playing with no hit Jerome, he will never let you give up. You are going to fight till the end. That man is never giving up. I mean, I love it, so I stay in.
What they'll do, there's like a honor system, which some will abide by, some will not. It's like after the first capture in Warsong Gulch, like you just give up if you didn't get the first capture. Because like we're both understanding that we're both here to try to get fast honor, right? We fight over one flag cap, and then I've never been part of a team that is willing to give up after the first cap, but it has happened, when we fought against other pre-mades and we got the first cap, and they're just like, all right, we're going to all stand in our relief hut and do nothing. Let them finish it.
Yeah. I will say, I'm the one that's like, let's give up, but most of my teams are like, no.
It is, if the whole point, well, we know the whole point of pre-mades is to get fast honor. If then you're guaranteed to only ever come against pre-mades, solo queuing might end up them being the way to go, or queuing with 3 people, 4 people. I'm sure we'll work out exactly what the best number is. For the fastest, well, for the highest chance of winning and the fastest honor. But a couple of weeks ago, so it was while I was still ill, but I was just in bed on the Mac and I needed some footage of Warsong Gulch. So I went in and done, without exaggerating, I'd say 5 or 6 Warsong Gulches on my Druid. I was not trying, like, I'm on the Mac. I didn't even have a mouse. I was literally playing with a touchpad.
This is why we should nerf Druid.
I won every game. Literally didn't lose a game. I mean, the first game I capped all 3 flags, but the like minimal effort, like hardly trying, and I weren't looking if we was up against pre-mades or anything. So I don't think it's quite as bad. That's my point. I don't think it's quite as bad as people make it sound out like, oh, all we ever come against is pre-mades, because there's no. If they were pre-mades that I was against in bed on a MacBook, they're shit.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, one of my solo queue games was against a 10-person Alliance pre-made, and by the end of the game, 4 of the Alliance pre-made members had AFK'd out and been replaced by randoms because we beat them. It's just like this may have been 10 players from the same server, but they weren't good. And there's a lot of like pug players that I would see often is like, as soon as they saw 10 players on the other team before the gates even dropped at the start, they'd be like, give up. It's a pre-made. Just go to the graveyard. Just let them win. It's a pre-made. They like don't even want to fight at all just from seeing 10 people of the same server. It's like, it's crazy.
Well, there's no difference, is there, between like someone spamming in chat looking for more Warsong Gulch pre-made, must have good gear, got to be good, and you go, yeah, I'm good and I'm in good gear, and you join. There's no difference between that and then going in and getting crushed, or in Wraths during Ulduar, looking for more Ulduar hard modes and then wiping on XT. That's probably happening. You've got Warsong Gulch pre-mades that are being made, but they're shit because they don't know what they're doing still. The same way you would have a pug in BFD where they can't get past Kelris. It's all relative.
Well, and then
I feel truly blessed to never have experienced a BFD group where we didn't full clear the instance. I've seen in trade chat like looking for more. We're at Kelris, and I'm like, oh my God, I would never join that group.
It happened to me once,
looking
Simon.
For more, we had to replace people at Kelris.
It happened to me once. That was what I was alluding to about full suck as a leader. It was like 4.5 hours, and 3 hours of it was fighting just people to come in. who are willing to come in, and those people, that pool is very small. But yeah, I mean,
and
like,
they're not the best.
So, and then there's the other thing. Everybody like gets mad about people gatekeeping for like raids, and I don't really do that. Like, I don't really. It's not a big deal if we have 1 or 2 people that are fresh 25s. But in a BG, it's a big fucking deal. Like, if you have a fresh 25 priest with 600 health, bro,
oh, they're dead.
They're gonna die
they're
immediately.
Literally one shot by a rogue.
Yeah, and so like it's super like gear is really important in BGs, and people want to go in with their greens, and I'm sorry, dude. Like, and even you have to have a different set for PvP, guys. Like, don't wear your freaking raid set. Like, my PvP set, like, say my rogue, has like almost 400 more health than I would like normally. Like, and I don't do as much damage, but I live.
You can't be wearing those 16 attack power, heavy earthen gloves, 0 stamina. You know, when you go into war, you gotta have some stamina. Like, a lot of the PvE BIS pieces are 0 stam, and it's like you gotta replace those. Like, guys, come on, get your of the monkey
with your PvE gear, like I do, and you just call it a day, and they don't. Kill
But
you
you're
for some
super
reason.
PvE geared though, so there is like you do have quite a bit of stamina on those pieces. Like, still,
It's just way too much effort.
I'm looking forward to seeing them going in the the irradiated gear, the caster gear in Gnomeregan that's been data mined, where it's got minus like 10 stamina on it every piece.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I like hate keeping multiple gear sets in my bags. I'd never have bag space anyways, so there's no way that you're gonna get me to have 5 extra pieces of gear.
just keep it in the bank.
In my bag.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do it in open world, but in in BGs, it just pays to have more stamina, no matter what you are. And yeah, but well, I'm excited to see if it works. I don't think they should have messed with it, but hey, I'm down for them to try. So more power to them. All right, so let's get into the next piece. Experience gains in Season of Discovery Phase 2. 50% increase up to level 25, and then BFD XP gains. So basically, we knew you were going to have a boost from 1 to 25. It is 50%. I assume when we go to the next phase, you'll have that same buff for 25 to 40, and the 1 to 25 will probably go up to 100. If I would think, what they plan to do.
This is super good. I mean, I think one of the best things about Season of Discovery is that the barrier to entry is so low. And like, if they didn't put this experience gain in, the barrier to entry is like increasing, each phase, because you have to do more leveling to get up to, max level to be caught up with everyone. So I think it's absolutely a good thing to put that XP gain in. And like, rewarding people for doing BFD when it's, old content. Sure, keep it relevant. Seems good.
My question
is a way to get the more group-based runes. Like, even if they just added them to the waylaid supply vendor, would be my example. Like, so Divine Storm. When there's hardly anyone leveling from 1 to 25, it might be quite challenging to even find people to get it with your of relevant level. Obviously, you could get a level 40 just to come and boost you to get it. But those sort of runes where they required a group, that do you think anything should be done with them? I
mean, if you have a buddy, a level 40 can come just help you.
Yeah, if you're if you're just a random guy who logs on a couple of hours a week and you rely on the community being booming, so it's quite easy to find other people that are doing that.
I get what you're saying.
I think you're right, Scotty, that some of those are going to become problematic. I was actually not aware that very much of that even existed, as Rogue can solo all of their runes. There was no group requirement for any of them. But yeah, I mean, like, if you have a low-level quest that's like tied to something super important, like your Divine Storm, And like you need other people for that. Like if there aren't other people for that, it's going to be a pretty frustrating, you know, experience. So yeah, I think addressing that in some way, changing the quest so it could be more soloable or something. I don't know.
See, they said so like on the BFD thing, they said you get a big chunk of EXP for completing the dungeon. But my question is, what if you go in there in a 5-man at like level 29? Like, you know, after you turn in all your pre-quests, you run and do a 5-man. Is your experience on the trash jumping up?
I think it's, to me, the way it was worded made it sound like it was a bit like the dungeon bonus, you know, at the end of a dungeon using like random dungeon finder or something like that. Then you get that almost like quest XP at the end of it. So I reckon that I think the XP is going to be tied to Akamai. But like you know, as soon as the last boss, that is the last boss, isn't it? As soon as it dies, you literally then get that amount of XP, which will deteriorate based on your level, and probably, you know, the level, like the average level across the group as well, the same way it would if you was in a dungeon. That would be my guess, that actually the XP is not really coming from the trash. You might get a little bit, but I reckon it's going to be heavily penalized by the fact that it's a raid. I think it's going to be when it's cleared, the last boss dies, that's when everyone gets that however much XP. Yeah.
That's my question. Like, if you don't convert to raid, because can't you go in just a party, like without converting to raid? Yeah. So I wonder if the play is to go in higher level and just still get trash XP.
I don't know.
Depends how long it takes, doesn't it?
I feel like if their goal is to like have BFD be a thing that helps you level up, I think they would like not. I think they would make it totally okay to go in there in a raid. You know, I don't think they're going to make it in a way that's like, oh, you're going to get way more experience if you underman the content and do it with 5 people. I think that you like.
Well, it's just you always get more in a party. As soon as you convert to raid, the mob kills just go to nothing.
I mean, I don't know, whatever. Just make like the bulk of the experience not be penalized by being in a raid. I don't know. It just seems like their goal is very clearly to get people to do BFD as like to help level up. And if they penalize you for being in a raid to do that, that just seems weird to me.
So my example would be a Blackrock Depths Jowl run. If any of you like remember doing when Random Dungeon Finder was a thing, proper Random Dungeon Finder, even on private servers, whatever. You know, from about level 48 to like 56, 57, all you really wanted to do when you was queuing for Random Dungeon Finder was get. Was it Prism Runs? I'm sure it was called Prism Runs, where you basically run straight in BRD, you turn right, and then there's that woman interrogator something. Yeah, her. You literally just go in, kill her, and then get the dungeon bonus. And then you leave, you queue again, you go in, you kill her. You wouldn't do that with, like, if you had the option, you wouldn't do that with 2 people just because you get more, like, XP from the trash. The XP is coming from killing her. So even if you could 5-man BFD, you'd probably still want 10 because actually you just want to get to the end as quick as possible, you know, to get the big XP. You know, like the minor XP from the trash ain't going to matter. You could be right. Like, don't get me wrong. You could be right, and we might see people 5-man in it. But like, my guess would be they're going to make it a significant. If I was to guess, I reckon you're going to get about a level, which I think would be pretty fair.
That'd be awesome.
It's you can only do it once every 3 days. I think nearly getting, you know, a level's worth of XP from doing it would be about where I would, you know, where I would benchmark it, if you like.
Yeah. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying that would be better. I'm curious on which route would be better, because I want to turn in all my pre-quests and then do a quick BFD. Do I get 10? Do I get 5? Like, that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's just like information that's not available yet. I mean, we can guess.
Because they're like 2 levels higher than us now. So if you go in at 28, I mean, that's just a dungeon, right?
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, the mob stats are, you know, scaled to be a raid. I don't know, whatever. I'm not too concerned about it. Like, I'm going to blast a BFD, I'm going to do some pre-quests, and then I'm going to, you know...
Oh, so you're going to do it
sit
first.
there for 10 hours in Scarlet Monastery or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that's my exact plan. That is my exact plan, is we're going to be outside BFD, go in, smash BFD, hand in pre-quest, then go Scarlet Monastery and not leave till 40.
Yeah, get some delivery food.
So you're going first.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. Write in the comments below what you think is the better way.
But the thing is, so like the reason I said a whole level, just in case, like I've not got chat open, but you know, if anyone was like, nah, it'll only be like 2 bars or something like that, it needs to be quite substantial when you think about it for longevity. So like past the first week of phase 2, where we're all gonna do it on launch night, you know, because it already takes effort, don't it? It already takes effort to make a pug when we've got 495,000 people raiding at level 25. When that is substantially cut and there's only a couple of thousand, you know, people that are actually around that level bracket looking for a BFD, it could take fucking ages to find a BFD while you're leveling. So it needs to be really rewarding, you know, like to warrant the time investment to find a group.
Yeah. I hadn't thought it would be that much until I watched your video, and I was like, yeah, he makes sense. Like, it could be like at level 25, it could be a whole level. I don't know.
If I don't get a level, I'll be pissed off. Oh, you know, at least nearly a level. You know, I'd want a good 3/4 of a level bare minimum.
Yeah, and if I do pre-quest first and then do it, we'll blow through it faster. Like, say we still do 10, we'll blow through it faster, right? But how much less bars will I get? Very curious to think about.
Yeah, who knows?
Right.
Crystal ball, unfortunately.
I know. I want to know more. All right, so the next is the SOD Phase 2 runes preview. These were the ones. The one I picked was the ones that Blizzard actually put out, in case people don't want spoilers from Datamine.
Can we just go back to the last point, just really
briefly?
Yeah,
sure.
Just because we didn't actually talk about the fact that, yeah, obviously you're going to get more XP, like 50%, 1 to 25, we know about BFD, but they have specifically said about supply crates as well. And I like, looking forward, I could see that as being quite if you've got a lot of gold, especially if you're Simonized and, you know, you're running these big GDKP pots where he's getting like, you know, 1 gold net profit, you know, so you can buy all this shit from the auction house.
Ruining the game.
Yeah, if it gave a standard quest's worth of XP, because I've said the 25 to 40 in particular, not the 1 to 25 ones, the new ones have been significantly increased, the amount of XP they give. So if they gave the equivalent of a quest, and you add somewhere where you can reliably get them, you know, fairly quick, it could actually be a pretty solid way of leveling. Like, to the point, you're going to spend gold because you'll go to the auction house and buy shit constantly. But I'm thinking more for alts, maybe more so than our first characters going to 40.
And I think they'll make it a worthwhile amount of experience also, and I think that's great. Because the waylaid supplies, a lot of the implementation, you know, from the beginning was very good. Like the one sticking point was, oh my god, they shouldn't have been unique. That was so frustrating. But everything else about it was great because it makes all these crafting things like way more relevant and makes people engage with trading with other people way more and have like a good reason to do that.
You can sell like almost anything on the auction house now, right?
and like a repeatable reason to do that. It's not just like, oh, I need my crafted, you know, toughened leather gloves because those are a good upgrade for me. And then I need that once and then I'm done. You know, the waylaid supplies, you keep getting them and you keep needing, you know, these crafted things. And that's like super good. Yeah. And so like, you know, if they remove that uniqueness on the crates, like, and they make the experience, like, I think it can be a very good system.
I want like that soundbite. Super good.
3?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they can't make you carry unlimited, but you know, if you could let me carry, you know, 3 to 5 or whatever, that's good too.
I think a lot of us asked for that day one after we found out how they worked.
Have you done any, like, were you guys doing your pre-quest prepping? Have you prepped any of the waylaid supply?
Any ones that I found I've put in the bank filled.
Yeah.
No. I mean the future ones that are going to give good XP. Obviously, they've been data mined, so you can see.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I haven't looked at it.
No.
I haven't looked at it yet.
I was already gonna craft a bunch of compact harvest reaper robots for engineering. I prepped a bunch of materials for that just because, like, I'm gonna have my robot buddy chilling and killing stuff, helping me level. And then I looked at the data mine list of like the waylaid supplies, and I was like, I already have mats for like 200 of these compact harvest reapers, and now they're on the waylaid supplies. Ooh, I'm gonna make money.
Oh, I'm looking at that.
Some of the waylaid supplies,
COD and stuff as well. There's like ones that you could potentially get. You might get. It's going to be luck, isn't it? Because sod's law, you'll get ones drop that you ain't got anything for. But yeah.
But some of the ones that were data mined were like, I think there was one that required gnomish engineering and one that required goblin engineering, which we now know will not be accessible in Phase 2. So those crates
are probably for Phase 3.
Changed, or at a minimum will be removed. The ones that you couldn't craft.
You say that, but there's a waylaid supplies out there right now for minor mana oil, and that does not exist in the game.
True.
I thought that got removed. I remember reading about that.
Okay,
but
I found one like a week ago, though. Or
okay,
like
then it didn't
maybe.
get removed.
Okay, they definitely said they was removing it. They definitely said they was removing it. If they didn't, they didn't. But, but that's the thing. There's a lot of There's a lot of Phase 3 content in that data mined information.
I think so.
And some of it's
tons
very
of runes
obvious.
too. Yeah, because we only know of 2 slots we're getting for sure via Blizzard, and there's 4 rune slots data mined. So.
Yeah, but you've only got to look at those rune slots, and you can literally straight away rule them out. You know, like the head slots. Like one of the paladin slots is. Oh, sorry, it's Hammer of Wrath. You don't get Hammer of Wrath until like 42 or 44. So it's like, well, you can rule that slot out straight away.
Yeah.
I just don't want to do too many spoilers for the people that don't want them. Which I think is a small population.
Yeah.
But still. Okay, so
disclaimer.
Let's talk about the runes that Blizzard did talk about, and I just wanted to see if any of these were like really exciting for you guys. Like,
oh, you joking? I can only talk about the ones that Blizzard showed us. so the ones that I really want to talk about, I can't talk about.
All right, guys.
At the end, Bob.
Letting you know. No, hold on. Letting you know. Right now. There's going to be spoilers for this section, and yeah, you have been warned. Okay, what do you like?
Go, Simon. Go on. You go first.
Oh, okay. The ones for Rogue, not like super exciting for me as a PvE enthusiast. There's like some good stuff. None of them seem like they're gonna make me do crap load more damage. Like Master of Subtlety, that's the one that Blizzard spoiled. It's like, yeah, I get 10% more damage on my opener. Maybe I can snapshot my like Saber Slash damage over time into that, but maybe all the bosses are immune to bleeds anyways, and I don't care about that. Like most PvE rune I'm excited for is they put Shadow Step in. And like, damn dude, ever since Shadow Step was put in the game, I was just tilting so much that it's like at the bottom of the subtlety tree in like other versions of the game that I'm just like never going to be able to use this in raids because the whole tree is just like not raid competitive. I'm stoked to be able to Shadow Step in raids because this is something I've been harping on for so long. It's like the main thing that differentiates players in their damage output is one player simply spending more time attacking than the other players, like paying attention, being right up there, being able to, engage the enemies as soon as it's possible to do so, and having an ability on a 30-second cooldown that lets me teleport instantly to the enemy and start attacking them means I'm going to be able to have way more uptime and get to targets way faster. And I love that. And I was always jealous of the warriors being able to charge and intercept while I take 2 or 3 more seconds to get to the target.
Well, you'll be proud of me, Simon, because I've got 2 rogues. So I've got 2 rogues in Season of Discovery. And as soon as I saw Shadow Step, I literally questioned, do I go rogue main? As soon as I saw it. Because I looked at the other 2 first. I was like, would I use any? Like, no, I wouldn't. Like, use it like looking at the data mined information. Like, Shadow Step would be my belt rune at all times, like no matter what. So it did get me like, yeah, really excited. But like, I agree with you. The other ones are all fairly fucking garbage. And
they're like not super exciting.
I like the tank one.
That's the one that I was gonna say.
Roll with the punch.
Roll with the punches.
I thought that
that's
was
a
quite
PvP
cool.
one too. I think.
And PvP. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to it increases your health, but you're not going to gain the health, are you? So you're going to need healing. But like, you know, being able to keep up like 30% extra health more or less at all times. That's fucking really
as
good.
A percentage bonus, that also means your stats are going to scale better. Like every piece of stamina you get on gear is 30% more valuable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah. Good point.
The best. This is just a little anecdote. But Hammer Dance, who I've been trying to get on the show, just hasn't worked out yet. But he did a bunch of rune videos like right after the Dynamite came out, and he's on the priest. And for some reason, Roll with the Punches was in the priest section on accident, and he goes, I don't understand this one for priest. And like when he hovered over it, you can see it say rogue, but it's in the priest section. And he's doing the video, and he's like, I don't know how much you dodge or parry as a priest. Maybe I'm confused, but this one seems odd to me. I was just cracking up.
Yeah, there was a little bit of an error in the Wowhead article when it came out. That's so fixed good. Now. Don't worry. They moved Roll with the Bones in. Roll with the Punches.
I want that as my priest. Get out of here, guys.
Section.
Well, as someone who hasn't done it really yet, I have warrior tagged quite a bit, which, by the way, broken. Like, how should I be doing that much damage? But the shuriken toss, that is really cool. I wanted something like 3 to 4 mobs type of deal, and in a cone. So I didn't want Fan of Knives, and I still don't. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ugran. Don't do it. But like I thought that was really cool and a good way. I just hope it's got at least a 5-second cooldown. I don't want it to be spammable. Like, I really don't.
I think they just attached a pretty high energy cost to it. I looked, it said 60 energy, no cooldown. Which, yeah, okay. I think that's good. I mean, a weakness of rogue tanking was you didn't really have a lot of capability to deal damage to multiple targets. Now, frankly, I think it's okay if some tanks have weaknesses and strengths and some are better at some things and other things. So I wasn't someone who was like, oh my God, we have to have AoE. It's like, yeah, it definitely improves the class, but it kind of loses a little bit of the uniqueness of it.
That's why I didn't want Fan. Right.
Yeah. The uniqueness of rogue tank.
This is going to make me really unpopular. Sorry, go on. You go first.
Really high damage output while fulfilling the tank role. Like, a bunch of people on Horde just say, like, oh, Shaman tank's the best tank. It's just like, yeah, they have the best AoE threat. Like, they're able to hold all the mobs and stuff like that. But, like,
they're literally the worst
damage meter.
They're the worst. They're the lowest.
They do fucking nothing.
Yeah, they are the lowest damage in the game.
You bring a rogue tank, your rogue tank is fulfilling the tank role while probably beating at least half of the damage dealers in your group. And it's like, that's cool. Like, you have a strength and you have some weaknesses, and I think that's good. So, please don't make rogues able to do everything.
But they're making everyone be able to do everything. And this will make me very unpopular. But like, look at this logically. Homogenization, where like every class can do everything. Every tank can tank AoE, spellcaster mobs, like everything as well as each other. We're in the old world, so we're in vanilla. We've got old dungeons that have been scaled up to like raids or heroic dungeon difficulty. We're playing fucking Cataclysm. Literally. Apart from the fact that the world's been destroyed, we more or less like every phase. So as soon as I looked at phase 2 and looked at all the abilities that have been data mined from runes, and I'm looking at it all and I'm like, it's getting very, very, very close to what we've got. Like,
well, there's even ones past. There's even runes that are in retail past. But really, is our problem as classic players with retail the moves? It's never been my problem. Like the abilities, the homogenation. Now that I have a problem with, and it seems like it seems like they're trying to not do that. But I will have to say that with a caveat. We didn't hear shit about dual spec. And if you want some tanks to be good in certain situations and you want them to take certain bosses, gotta have dual fucking spec, because you're not going to just be DPS spec throughout the fucking dungeon.
I'm gonna have to be the one that just. I'm gonna have to be the one that pisses everyone off. But yeah, I like that anyway. That's what I thrive. That's what I thrive on.
That's what you try to do, but you just never seem to be able to piss me off.
well, I'm gonna try right now. So dual spec is something that if we was to go back before Season of Discovery launched, it would have been one. There'd have been a couple of things that I really wanted to see. One would be dual spec. One would be achievements, because I really like achievements.
Achievements would be cool.
Part of the reason I don't PvP that much is because I prefer PvE. I enjoy PvE. I enjoy raids. I enjoy dungeons. I hate the fucking fact that the dungeons are so irrelevant in Season of Discovery because BFD loot's so good. You know, where it's like, well,
let's
I'm going to do BFD again.
We got that
tomorrow.
in the notes too.
Yeah, so there's going to be. I want more reason to do dungeons. I'd like to see dungeons stay more relevant throughout the phases, so you've got stuff to do. But you know, even if it was like a daily heroic type thing that we do, you know, where there was a currency and it was really fucking expensive, but you know, you could get a BFD tier token and it cost, I don't know, fucking 50, and you know, it's going to take you 25 days worth of doing a daily dungeon to get it. You know, but just a reason to go and do a dungeon every day just to keep the dungeons more alive.
Like a daily,
just me.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah,
I'd be down for a daily.
I want to go and do dungeons. You know, I fucking love Dead Mines. I want to go and do Dead Mines. What's the point? I need nothing from there. And we know, like, yeah, you can go and have fun without getting loot and all that. But let's be realistic. If it's a choice between going and doing Dead Mines for literally fuck all, or watching another episode of SEAL Team, which I'm loving at the moment, by the way, I'm going to watch another episode of SEAL Team.
See, I like loot. So, like, I like making gold. So, like, I've been doing the pre-questing on my Hunter, even though I'm done with other groups. And I'm just like, well, I get all the leather.
Well, or even that, even if when you complete a dungeon, if you're max level, so at level 25, if I go and do Dead Mines, you get a little bit of gold at the end. Or, you know, just an incentive to actually go and to carry on doing dungeons. Because, like, I'll tell you now, if there was an incentive for me to go and do dungeons, I would be playing far more than I have been over the last, you know, month or so. And it purely is because I log on every 3 days to do BFD. Outside of that, it's like, well, that, you know, that's enough. But what was I saying? I can't even remember now.
Oh, an incentive, good. Yeah, I think that's all right. You don't want it. I just think if it was a little bit of gold, I think that's a good way to do it. I don't think you want it something that's like highly impactful, because I feel like when they put that like frost emblems for your daily dungeon in like phase 4 of Wrath of the Lich King,
it becomes
I very much felt compelled to do that. Like, my character is going to be behind if I don't do this. But if it was a little bit of gold, I'd be like, yeah, okay, if I want to do a dungeon, now I feel like I'm getting something out of it. But at the same time, I don't feel like I'm missing out. Yeah. So, like, getting that reward level.
Maybe reputation based, like maybe you could get waylaid supplies for sure. Something. Yeah, just something minor like that.
But getting that
something that doesn't make it necessary.
Low, you know, at the right level, so it doesn't feel compelling or like you're compelled to do it, but you know, you are rewarded for doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
I'd like more reason to do dungeons. There was something else I was getting at, but I can't. It's gone because I went off on a tangent.
Dual spec is where we started.
Oh, dual spec. Yes, thank you, Mel. So yeah,
I'm here to help you piss off Bob.
Yeah, well, I would have said dual spec, like absolutely something that needs to be in the game, and I think at level 60 it does, but I don't think we need it before then. I've fully like gone back on. I would have said I needed dual spec, but I actually like the fact that when you look at these runes and specs, and I've been doing a lot of it for phase 2 for mage, because I've been thinking, well, I don't want to be respecking all the time. You know, I want to be able to go in STV. I want to be able to do like decent damage. I want to be able to heal. I want to be able to do everything. So I've been looking at how to make that happen. And I actually think it's a bit more interesting if you're trying to do that with one spec. And I appreciate the fact that most people will just go and respec before a raid to whatever they want, and then respec again for PvP. But that's also why I wouldn't have like massively reduced the respec cost, because I think the majority of the power comes from runes anyway. You know, like a big amount of power comes from the runes, and I know obviously talents, like one talent can make a big difference, but no, I kind of like not having dual spec.
I think right now,
so it depends.
Most of the talent, hold on. Right now, most of the talent comes from the runes, right? But that's because our level 25 talents aren't as impactful.
Garbage.
Yet, right? Like, so there's not a lot of classes that their talent spec is the reason that they are really good at whatever, spec they're running.
Okay, so
I think that will get increasingly not the case as we go forward, right?
And
like,
there's
you're not
already
going to be able to do priest healing with just the healing runes if you're shadow spec'd as easily, or druid is maybe a better example, right?
Druid
that's
is
what I think
the
at
worst.
60. At 60 we want dual spec, but I think before then it's not something that I'll be bothered about. Like if dual spec don't make it in until level 60, I don't care, but I do want it at level 60.
See, and that might be why I hate my druid and love my hunter, warrior, and rogue, because all three of the others I could change out runes and be good in PvP outside. Like maybe not the best, but good, right? Whereas the freaking druid, if I don't respec to get the speed, like there's no reason to PvP as the druid, period. Like, so it's just like, it just depends. And then warrior's going to be really different as we go on. Maybe, I mean, maybe they'll buff Mortal Strike spec and you can just do it, full time. But
yeah, so I think the argument comes in mainly, I guess for me, the argument comes in with PvE, not PvP specs, right? So like if you want to say a rogue is a really good single target tank, but we go through a raid with 10 bosses and only 2 of them are appropriate for a single target tank, then that rogue would not come. You would just use another tank. You're never going to use the rogue who is not good at any other boss than 2 bosses, right?
Yep.
Whereas you could have like a rogue and a warrior in there where the rogue takes some of the bosses and the warrior takes other of the bosses, and they go DPS spec on the bosses that they're not tanking, right? Which I think would make that fun.
A lot more fun for a lot of people.
Well, I just feel like
Sorry, Malcolm.
No, I just feel like it would make some of those other specs or some of those situational, bosses and things a lot more appealing to utilizing all the tools within your toolkit, as opposed to, this boss we only need 2 heals, or we only need 1 heal for this boss. You go do some damage, let's make it quicker, or something like that.
Well said.
I'm supposed to fully contradict myself, now just having a moment to reflect. When I really think about it, it's like, well, actually, why not? Why not just have dual spec now? Because, we're already, yes, it's season of discovery, it's vanilla, but it's not. It's already very retail-esque, with the abilities and, all of these, the crazy
it's
shit
retail-esque ability-wise, but I think very different across the rest of the game.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, not really, but there's still a raid that you go and do. There's PvP that you can do, and then outside of that, it's just whatever you fancy. But like, I honestly don't think it is. There's a lot less force content. There's no borrow power, all that shit. All right, that's fine. But like, ultimately, WoW hasn't really evolved that much from 2004 all the way to 2024. As in, like, the things that you can do, or the things that you're required to do, depending on what you enjoy in the game, ultimately hasn't changed that much. How you go about it has changed. But the point really is, like, if you're going to start adding all the, like, having homogenization, and you're going to allow mages to be able to heal and DPS, you're going to have rogues that can tank. It's like, fuck it. Yeah, why not have dual spec, actually?
Right.
And I'm like it. Yeah, I'm being serious. It's like, in which case, yeah, there's no reason not to add it.
More
like
to
the layer it would
more
add
to
without.
discover. Yeah, more to do. Like, you could even be like, okay, dude, I really want to try. I think this new DPS spec, and since we don't have dummies, we can't really test. You're like, I really feel like this is going to be good. but I don't want to grief my entire raid if it's bad. You could come with your normal DPS spec and then your try out one, and you could try it out. If it doesn't work, you could quickly switch, you know, to like not grief your raid type of deal. So, I mean, there's all kinds of use cases for it. I just don't know why it wasn't in. But can we go back to Shuriken Trust?
If you think about rogues, though, in the next raid, if you do have bosses that are immune to poisons or bosses that are immune to bleeds, it would make it so that you could switch something
and not be worthless.
For those bosses and not be worthless for 2 of the bosses out of the whole raid. You know what I mean? Or only good for 2 of the bosses out of the whole raid.
Yeah.
Can we go back to Shuriken Toss real quick? I just wanted to say, I think the 60 energy thing is the wrong thing. I think this should feel more like a warrior, like that could cleave. I know prot warriors can't cleave in protection stance, but I would much rather have it on a CD costing less energy. It's not great. Like you're still doing the same damage you would with a normal attack. You're just like I mean, it is based on your attack power, but you're doing 25% of it to each target. So I would rather it be on like a 5 to 8 second cooldown, so you can put it into your rotation rather than having it like, because I don't know, the 60 energy just seems weird. You could just spam that.
Where do you see that it costs 60 energy?
That's what Simon I said.
It is 60 energy.
When you look on Wowhead, there's one spell that's the Engrave Rune ability, and that's what they linked in their like spoiler article. That doesn't tell you things like range, minimum range, maximum range, energy cost, cooldown, or like all the information about the thing. But you can also go look in the spell database for a spell called Shuriken Toss, rather than the Engrave Rune Shuriken Toss, which is a different spell. You go look at the other one, it will tell you energy cost, cooldown, all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, it was shown as 60 energy, no cooldown, you know, as everything else on the PTR data mine, totally subject to change.
And I just think that's boring.
I think that's kind of the flavor of Rogue. It's like almost all of your abilities do not, you know, you have your like 5-minute cooldowns, and then everything else is spammable if you have enough energy to do so. And I feel like that's kind of the warrior thing of like your you know, Mortal Strike has a 6-second cooldown and your Whirlwind has a 10-second cooldown, and it's like that's how that class plays, and like this is how Rogue plays. If you have more energy, you get to do the thing more times. So I think that's okay.
And especially like combat tanking and then adrenaline rush, shuriken toss. You know, you're going to get quite a few shuriken tosses.
Blade Fury, does it hit 8?
I don't know. We'll see.
With Blade Fury active, curious.
Yeah,
but yeah, I just thought it'd be more. It'd be. I don't know. I feel like it'd be more fun if it turns out to where we're hitting one button. I'm just gonna be bummed. That's all. Oh, but I mean, Pallies would like that. You know, maybe you guys could come play Rogue now. Sorry, Dig. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Okay. Any others that you guys are excited about?
So there was the one for Priest, or are we still on Rogue? Do you want to finish up Rogue?
Oh no, I think we hit Rogue pretty heavy. I think we're good on that.
I mean, there's a lot of Priest ones that are pretty cool.
Well,
but
tell us, what do you like?
The one that I think is interesting, which I'm not even sure if it will be good or not, but the Spirit of the Redeemer, which basically just makes you invulnerable for 30 seconds. Like, you know, when you die and you like get that angel that gets to heal for longer, right?
Yeah.
You can just like
do that,
turn that on.
And then you don't get it when you die.
Yeah,
that's my favorite rune added, you know, and as someone who's like, yeah, I've got a priest, but like it's I don't know if it'll ever see level 40, if I'm honest with you, but like I absolutely love Spirit of the Redeemer. I think it's such a amazing use of a talent, because ultimately there's not that much to die to, is there? I know, like, if you've got an organized group, you're going in BFD, you're a holy priest, like you're not really gonna benefit from whatever it's called, Hope Spirit. Not Guardian Spirit. Guardian Spirit's the cooldown. Spirit of Redemption. That's the one.
Yeah,
you're not going to benefit from it. Like you use it, and I think in Classic, does it even give you the 5% Spirit? I don't think it does it? Obviously in Wrath you get 5% Spirit for just having the talent, but in Classic I don't think you get anything.
I don't know.
So having a way to actually make that talent useful whilst alive, I think is absolutely amazing. Honestly, out of all of the runes I've seen, that is the one where I was like, fucking hell, like that's great. Like, why couldn't they put that much thought into all of the classes?
Yeah,
like
I agree.
I just think it's really good.
It's taking an existing ability, but changing it to make it more powerful, and not just like because before, like, this would happen, and unless you were like at the very end of a fight and just needed a couple more heals to like continue and beat the boss, it was really like, okay, great, you get to heal for a couple more seconds and then you're dead and everybody's probably going to die anyways, right? So I think making it much more situational and much more, skill based, I guess, on like when do you use this, because you can't move, but you also won't get damaged. So think of this in different fights being
you could be a
like
soaker too.
Yeah, like you're now
like imagine. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, imagine a fight mechanic like oh my god, I'm blanking on his name. Simon did an entire video where he gave tips and tricks.
Oh, and
we talk about like a damage soaking mechanic.
It's the only time Simon Eyes hasn't talked on his videos. Someone else talked. What's his name?
It was in Wrath. It was in Wrath. It was Algalon.
Oh, Algalon.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So a priest could be a major soaker on that type of mechanic, right?
But you ain't even got to use Wrath. You can use BFD as an example. Like, the closest person to Kelris is the one getting mind blasted. You could stick the priest next to it. They use Spirit of Redeemer. That's 10 seconds of mana-free healing and no damage.
Nice example.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
30 seconds.
10. It's only 10.
Yeah.
It's
change it?
It's 10 seconds on a 5-minute cooldown.
It's 30 seconds to use the rune that teaches it, Mel. They're all showing the spell that teaches the runes in those notes.
But 10 seconds of free healing, and yeah, you might be able to use it in some funky ways. And I like the fact that it's only a 5-minute cooldown. I know 5 minutes sounds like a long time, but for your average group, like, you'll be able to use it probably once per boss or every other boss. Yeah. I think it's fucking fantastic. I honestly,
definitely.
It's more for me. It's the fact that they've took a talent and gone like, this talent is shit. Like, how can we actually do something with it?
I mean, it's kind of stupid. Like, your group clears the dungeon without anyone dying. Okay, your talent did literally nothing. Like, you have to fail in some way or intentionally get yourself killed for the old version of that talent to do anything. Like, please turn this into something that isn't just like, oh, we screwed up, now we get bailed out a little bit. Like, make it, it's good.
Oh, someone's saying
now they just need one for Lightwell as well. So when you click on Lightwell and get an effective heal, it increases your melee and casting pace.
The only way people are going to click on it. Yeah, it's the only way people are going to click on it. Okay, Villain in chats. This might be a clarification. I don't know if it's right, but he says 10. It's active for 10 seconds if you click it, if you turn it on, but if you die, it's active for 30 seconds.
No, it's 10 seconds for both.
Is it? Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you do have to have that talent to activate it. You can't just not get the talent and just have the rune.
Really?
What it was saying initially.
Yeah. You need the talent. I think it says it on the rune. Hang on. I'm sure it says on the rune if you.
Yeah, it does.
Requires Spirit of Redemption talent to activate. Yeah.
What about pain suppression?
Yeah,
I thought that was weird.
It gives priests another like utility, I guess. I think
it's gonna be impossible to fucking kill them now if they can cast it on themselves. We're fucked.
And well, they can, and that's the thing. That's why I thought it was weird. It's like it's great for PvP. Obviously, it's amazing for PvP, but we're not really in a unless Gnomeregan, which we already know it's not, because Agrand already said, like, you know, Gnomeregan's not going to be hard. Like, you know, don't go in expecting any of these level up raids to be like super challenging, because that's not what they're there to be. And then we've got, you know, things like commanding shout and like rallying cry. Was it rallying cry for warrior, or was it just commanding shout?
It was both. One of them isn't a rune though. One of them is something we're going to be talking about here in a second.
Right. Okay. So yeah, all of these like pain suppression. I don't know. I feel like they done really well with Spirit of the Redeemer, but then could have added something a bit better than pain suppression in my eyes. I don't think these level up rate, like absolutely at level 60, you know, when you're doing 40-man raids and they've tuned the bosses so they're fucking hitting like trucks, and you need to use these externals at times of high damage. I think for leveling up pain suppression, it's a weird one for me personally. I think any of these sort of big damage reductions don't really fit in the leveling phases. But...
Melee Hunter looks to be fun. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say I don't know how it'll be much more beneficial in PvP right now, I feel like. But it's also going to piss people off because they already have a hard time killing the priest. But Shadow Fiend is huge for priests.
That's not a rune though. We're talking about runes.
What Shadow
That's
Fiend?
A book. Shadow Fiend's a book.
Oh, it's a book.
We're gonna talk about those in just
on
shortly.
My Wowhead article, it says engraved pants.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, I mean, it might not be wrong. Maybe not.
But it might be a book.
Yeah, but it might be a book. Yeah, so yeah, the last one I wanted to point out was Hunter. Melee Hunter looks like it's going to be coming up, and I really hope they do it right. You know, I've been sticking on this forever. Melee, if you have to be up in the shit, you should do more. You should do more damage. I hope that melee hunters, the ones that are doing a ton of damage, and ranged hunters are doing quite a bit less. Crossing my fingers.
Man, I'm so excited about loads of the runes. Actually,
I know.
Like, we've barely scratched the surface. I mean, if I was to say the ones I'm most excited for, I mean, King of the Jungle for druids, like just fucking epic. You know, where Tiger's Fury now is acting like basically Wrath Tiger's Fury, so increasing damage.
Spell.
Yeah, just like so good. Like, just any feral druid is never going to use anything, as in feral DPS is never going to use anything other than King of the Jungle. That's my one negative criticism about runes is, though, I know they've tried to not bloat it too much, but they have also removed choice, I feel. You know, like, obviously, Simon, you write fucking loads of guides and stuff, which, you know, and they're super detailed, but like when you can just look and go, well, that's, you know, that's assassination, that's combat, that's sub, it must make it a bit boring. Yeah, it makes it boring for me as a player, you know, when I'm like, well, if I'm feral, I use that, if I'm resto, I use that, if I'm balanced, I use that. There's no options.
I think I mean the most decision making I've really had is like in PvP. Like, if I'm out in the open world against, you know, X class, I want these runes. If I'm against Y class, I want these runes. But if I'm in Warsong Gulch, I want these different runes because they're all these different scenarios. But a lot of the times in PvE, you know, your role is much more straightforward and much more clearly optimized in what you're doing. And there's just like, I mean, the Deadly Brew rune is just ridiculously powerful, and you don't really have other. I mean, you have Slaughter from Shadows, I guess. Like, it's not close in power. So you have these two. It seems like you might have choices, but you have one that's just massively more powerful than the other.
Yeah, and that's what they've done with Druid.
Don't you think it's so much more difficult though to have choices in runes and classes that have their hybrid classes, right? So like Druid,
Yeah.
to have choices in runes, you'd have to have so many runes per like slot, because you have to have one that's going to help benefit a feral druid. You have to have one that's going to help benefit a boomkin druid. You have to have one that's going to help benefit a healer druid, right? So you get into
too many.
Yeah, and it becomes too, I don't know, watered down. So I think it's hard to expect that from a class like a druid. Or
that's a fair point. I mean, for rogue, it's like you can look at the runes and be like, this is the PvE DPS rune, this is the PvE tanking rune, and this, you know, and these other ones might be used in some like niche situations or PvP. I think a lot of the runes, you can read them and kind of be like, yeah, this is for this is for that, and that's for that.
I really do like that they're doing a lot of PvP stuff. Like, I know probably the vast majority of people aren't really into PvP, but I fucking love it. And I'm happy that they're throwing in PvP runes.
Yeah. But just to answer Mel's question, like for a hybrid, like I think the hybrid specs, like druids, paladins, priests, you know, they should have more hybrid runes. You know, so like survival instincts, as an example, which is one of the ones for druids that's going to come up. You know, you regenerate 5 rage every time you dodge in bear form, 10 energy in cat, 1% max mana in other forms. You know, like that can be used by everyone. You know, so then King of the
True.
So yeah, like you want it where it is hybrid. So King of the Jungle, yep, Tiger's Fury increases, like gives you energy and increases damage. And after shape shifting out of Moonkin form, you do 10% more arcane damage. Or you know, so it's got that little bit for each spec.
Yeah.
So then you have to look at it and go, shit, like for this fight, which one is going to be best? I would have just liked more option. I don't feel like there is any. Like for even for mage, you know, like up until this point, there's going to be a lot of fucking options in phase 2. To be fair, for mage is going to get really like I'm really excited for mage in phase 2. But up until this point, it's like, well, if you want to heal, this is what you use. If you want to be fire, this is what you use.
Except for priest.
If you want to be frost and you want to get kicked from raids, you can use these.
Except for priest, though. Priest, if you're in a pumper group, you could be like, well, we don't need pom. We'll take homunculi, you know. I mean, that's one example.
That's really the
of,
only one.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all I can think of off the top of my head.
When I have a warrior tank, I put on my one that I can shield them and they can still gain rage through the absorb damage. Like if I'm with a warrior tank, I'll put that one on instead of my void plague. But that's really like you're always gonna have penance. Like you can't get rid of penance. So whatever else is in that slot, I have no idea. But you can't. You have to have penance.
Well, I don't know. There's too many to talk about. I'm going to move us on unless you have another one you want to talk about.
Let's go.
Yep, let's go. All right. So next is to delay or not delay. The question has been answered. We're going to have a slow start for 2 weeks for the Gnomeregan Raid. It is going to be open right at launch, and then it's going to run for 5 days, and then after that it is going to reset and run for 7 days. After that it is going to run every 3 days. I thought just a 7-day lockout on the first one was a good compromise. How do you guys feel about the 2 lockouts? I feel like it might be a little bit of overkill.
But it can't run for 7 on the first lockout, can it? Because we've not got 7 days.
Well, why though?
Because I'd assume I'd assume the phase goes live on a Thursday, and NA resets on a Tuesday, so you're gonna have 5 days.
Yeah.
So does it have to be on the reset?
They can only do it on reset days. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's how they always do things. I mean, I'm not saying they have to do it.
Well, I mean,
that way.
3-day lockouts. Yeah, but 3-day lockouts don't go on reset. They don't have anything to do with it. So I didn't know that was a stipulation.
It's just at maintenance when they take the servers down. That's when they then put these things in, don't they? So to then change the lockout, they would have to take the server down. So they're just doing it on maintenance. I'm not saying it's the right or wrong thing to do.
So they can do it every 3 days because that's how it's set.
Because that's how it's set at reset.
To change it from 7 days to 5 days to 3 days or whatever.
Gotcha. Do you think this was too much?
Listen, I think this was the best compromise that they could have made, right? I think it makes the most sense. It still allows people to play the game they want to play the game. It still allows those like semi-sweaties to still get to that first lockout without feeling like they've missed out, and it allows the casuals to get there before the end of the second lockout, I think.
I'm just thinking it gives me more time to get a couple more level 40s before I need to worry about actually settling down and farming it every 3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, that was my whole point. Like the sweaties will just have more characters that get the first lockout.
Yeah, but that's okay. Like the sweaties are the ones that are going to play multiple characters. And it lets them kind of, do their first run and race to get there, then maybe sleep for a little bit and then still be able to get a couple other characters there.
I think it's a good compromise. And I think the thing is as well, if, let's go back to the beginning of Season of Discovery. If BFD was a weekly reset like every other raid that we're used to, all right, other than Zolgurub and, the ones, if it was just always a 7-day lockout, we'd know no different, would we? It's only because we're used to these level up raids being 3-day lockouts where it's like, what? It's going to be on 7 days? But like...
Could we at least have 4-3, 4-3? Like, I'm so tired of trying to coordinate times that work for everybody. Like, we could have set times.
I would definitely be in favor of switching it to a 4-day, then 3-day, then 4-day, then 3-day.
Like if it just reset every
or even
Tuesday
3.5
Friday or something, you know what I mean? Like if it just reset at like twice a week, and it was
say
just like,
on set days, that would be great. I agree.
Yeah,
it's so annoying because everyone's IRL lockout is 7 days, and the BFD lockout is 3 days. And these don't mesh together. The 3-day lockout keeps changing,
especially if you have
the
Wrath
7-day lockout.
If anybody's raiding with their Wrath guild too, it like locks them. Like it's a bitch.
It's so annoying. I actually hadn't heard that suggestion before, Bob. I mean, making it be like Tuesdays and Fridays it resets or something like that would be brilliant.
Yeah, or even 3.5 days. Like have it reset weirdly at like a weird time midday on one of the days, right? Like then you could even have people that like to run their runs like boom boom, Like I mean there's so many ways to make it way better, but this rotating days is just a fucking bitch.
It just makes it very difficult to schedule with like I know it's only 10 people right now, so it's not that hard, but we have the luxury of having a guild with a lot of people who can fill in when somebody else can't make it, right? Like if you knew that your schedule was we raid on Tuesdays and Thursdays or Tuesdays and Sundays, like you can kind of plan other things around that, knowing like, and I know they're not long raids, so it's not that big of a deal right now, but I feel like the further we go into it, the more annoying it's going to get.
I feel like something I might try this time around for at least the raids that I lead is just being like, we're going to do 2 set days. There's going to be 1 lockout every like 2.5 weeks that are not on our set days. And I'm going to throw together a just random time. If you can come, you can come. If not, we pug. Like, I feel like that's the way to do it going forward because this has been rough. Changing days constantly, setting in my calendar. Yeah.
So going back to what you were saying right at the start of the podcast, well, what Simon was saying about Geordie, and I'm in the same boat as him. I've not missed many, and I have missed some where I've not, where I've been in bed crying. But I've still not seen the epic staff drop. Like there's something that private servers do where when a new content phase is coming, about 2 weeks before the new content comes out, they put the raids on a 24-hour lockout. So you can literally go and raid every day.
Oh,
How
wow.
would you feel about that? If like, I know it's too late now, but like for BFD, as of last week, if they then had it, so the lockout is now, it's like a daily heroic. You can just do it once a day. So you got like, you're right at the end of the phase. It's kind of irrelevant now anyway, whether you get the items or not. But it gives you that chance to actually still be able to get those items before the next phase comes in.
That's interesting. Because it doesn't, like, it's only for those people that really want that item for a certain reason or want to be able to push quicker while they're leveling up, right? And it doesn't really hurt people that aren't in, don't have the ability to raid every single day, right? So I see it as yeah, I mean, I think that would, I'd be fine with that. I don't
the
know if
reason
I'd
it's
run it every
great,
day, but
the reason it's great on private servers is because, like, ordinarily, so like on the Kata private server that I was playing last year, you know, by the time the next phase of content's coming out, most people are all in full bis anyway. You know, you're waiting for the next phase, so you got that 2-week period where you can. Obviously, it was great when I was streaming it. You know, like obviously I could raid every day, like it was awesome. But like I was doing it purely just for stream content. Whereas there's people that have just started and they need gear and they can now raid and get gear every day. You know, in the same way now, like if someone joined and it's like, shit, you know, phase 2's next week, I've just hit 25. They could literally do BFD every day between now and launch and almost feel like they've caught up because we've had to wait 3 days between each lockout. They can do it every day. You know, I think it'd be great in Season of Discovery if they'd done something like that, personally.
It could be cool. I think, you know, the super sweaty people like me might feel like compelled to do it every day and then burn out, but it's like, fuck people like me. Who cares?
but when it only takes 25 minutes, it's not that bad, is it? You know,
I've done 6 BFDs in one day, and you know, I was like, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. But it's like,
was that last week? Because I was watching.
I've done that a couple times. It's like, I only stream Monday through Friday, and I want to do all my raids on stream. So when a BFD lockout lands on like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or it lands on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, that results in one streaming day for me to knock out all 6 of my characters.
Yeah, no, I was watching when you, and I think your title was like 6 BFD runs back to back, Madman, or something like that. There was something else at the end of it, and that was doing literally a couple of days ago.
In a row, like an insane person.
That's it, like an insane person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know, so what if it's stressful for me? I'm absolutely not the like average player. I think a good decision-making like method for this version of the game is like try to make decisions that benefit the majority of the players. And that's kind of like what I was saying with the pre-made queue issue is like you want to incentivize people to group up and, you know, be more efficient in achieving their goals if they're grouped up. So like the making a pre-made queue kind of de-incentivizes that, but it also probably makes the experience better for the majority of players, I would say.
Do you think that because the casual players right now, I feel like struggle to find maybe larger groups of people to engage with and play with. And I think that's what makes the experience fun, and that's what makes grouping up fun, right? Like, how do you incentivize guilds to take on players that maybe aren't exactly what they, you know, like maybe don't have exactly the same goals as them? And
cash flow, guild perks, cash flow. Just invite everyone and take their gold.
Maybe.
It works.
Yeah, so I've never heard that idea before, Scotty, and right now on first glance, that sounds great to me. Like the last 5 days, just have it. Yeah, but I'm sure there's problems with it. I'm going to think about later.
I mean,
I don't think you'll find any problems.
I don't know if I will.
Plenty of private servers that have done exactly that, and honestly, there is no problems with it.
And I don't mind catch-up mechanics.
No way of using it. I mean, you know, the way they do it as well. I know it's irrelevant in Season of Discovery, but you know, if you was to use Cataclysm as an example, you know, where you're getting like a higher, like you're getting valor points from raids. You know, when they lose the lockout and when they lose the 7-day lockout and become daily, they only start giving justice points. So they only start giving the same points that you would get from heroics. So you know, there's no like I have to go and do this. You know, there's literally there is no reason to go and do it unless you need gear or you're bored and you want something to do. Which I'd love that. I'd love things to do. So that's all I want in the game is things to do. And I need to be spoon-fed it because I can't find it myself.
Right. Wouldn't you rather them do that than have them like make the gear available to buy after the phase is over? Right? Like, I would rather them let us do a lockout every day than once we hit phase 2, now you can purchase the gear.
Yeah.
What a great way to level as well. You know, like if 2 weeks before they remove the lockout and then after 25 it starts giving XP and you can go in there and do it once a day and get 3/4 of a level or a level of XP.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's great.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And I definitely, like Mel was saying, I prefer that to like putting a bunch of gear on the vendor. God, I hated farming Defiler's Scourge Stones in Sidereal Essences in Wrath.
Yeah,
I hated that as well.
It's almost better just to not have the item, right? Than a way to get the item that's so annoying and long and effortful.
It's like, it was cool to farm like my first Comet's Trail doing that, and that was exciting when I wanted to get the next item and just do the same dungeon for the 5th and 6th time. I'm like, I'm out of patience for this. This is no longer interesting. I don't care what kind of like cool buffs they gave us while doing these Titan Rune Gammas. It's like, this is very clearly the most efficient way to obtain this item. You know, if you factor in like the odds that it even drops, should you go and do the raid.
Well, I had done it all for my Primordial Saranites, for my Shadowmourn. And I've done it like, you know, from launch, I've done it for like the first 2 days. Got all of the Primordial Saranites I needed. And then anytime since then, anyone for heroic? It's like, no, I'm all right, thanks. I'm still burnt out.
I mean, there was a warrior in the guild that I played with. He was like, before the phase came out, he was talking like, okay, I need to farm like 300 Primordial Saranites so I can be ready to go for my main warrior and my alt warrior. And I was just like, this guy is absolutely insane. And he did it. And I'm like, oh my God.
I wish
I could not.
For all of those catch-up mechanics they did with the heroics, like they made heroics relevant. They did do that. Yeah. But I think what we should have done from the start, what we should have done from the start is have that currency able to get via PvP, BGs, via turn-ins. Some people just like to fucking farm, right? Like have the boxes. Every time you turn a box in, you get one of those things, you know, like multiple ways to get those currencies to catch up would have been much welcome.
Yeah. I think a lot of people participated in Titan Rune Gammas and Titan Rune Betas, and you know, probably because it was the most efficient way to get those items, or in some cases, the only way to get those items. So there was a high amount of participation. And I remember at the BlizzCon announcement when they announced Cataclysm, one of the few details they announced is like, you guys all liked the Titan Rune dungeons, so we're continuing them in Cataclysm. And I was like, oh my God. This actually makes me want to play Cataclysm less. Like, I participated in those Titan Rune dungeons, but I wasn't, you know, did not become an enjoyable experience.
But I like them. I just didn't want it to be the only way to get the currency. Like, say I want to log on for an hour and just not fucking talk to anybody, you know, like me, the rare time I want a single player game. Let me go farm some shit, turn it in for stuff, right? Like,
so here's the thing is that, like, engagement doesn't necessarily mean enjoyment, right?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
There's also a lot of engagement in dailies, right? But a lot of hate after the more dailies that got added in and the more you had to do them and the more required they were, right? But people still did them. So if you purely just look at the data, sure, it looks like this is successful, right?
You could come to an incorrect conclusion.
Yeah, you know, you can make the data say, you know, a lot of different things, the different ways you put it. But if you look at, you know, were people enjoying dungeons more? I don't think so. They were doing them.
Do you have to have, you know, like if you was unlucky enough? I'm trying to think. Like when I say lucky, I can't think of any items that I specifically didn't get during Alduar, like, you know, Comet's Trail or anything like that. I can't think of anything where it was like, oh, I really needed to go and farm Titan Rune dungeons for that, because I farmed them for Primordial Saranites and that was it. But you don't have, like, if you're not lucky enough to get it, now in the next phase there's going to be a better trinket you can get, or a better something that you can get. You know, you can go into the next phase without being fully bis. You know, those catch up like mechanics never needed to be added. It didn't actually make the game any better, in my opinion. Like what they could have done is kept the dungeons more relevant with lesser rewards, a bit like what we were talking about earlier, Simon, when it comes to Season of Discovery. You know, like add an incentive to keep doing them, but not where it's like, here, go and have like shitloads of gear from doing them, so you're forced to do them. It's like there is a minor benefit to go and do them, but like it don't feel like shit. I've got 550 more Scourge stones to farm, you know.
So
and I'm gonna be the worst group member ever because I've done this 27,000 times already, and like just get in here and get it done.
Well, I'd like to have faith in Blizzard, which I've got faith in the development team in Season of Discovery. Like they've definitely
killing
filled
it
me with a lot more. Yeah, they're doing great. But I feel like Cataclysm is going to end up as a cash grab. It's like, you know, the amount of the deluxe editions sold, digital deluxe editions for boosts and everything like that. That's all they're going to be bothered about. Whereas they could actually make it fucking, if they took everything that they've learned so far from Season of Discovery. And I don't mean in runes. I mean, like the fact that we like new dungeons, and exactly, we like new raids and things that we don't know. And then they took that, and then they took the learnings from what they've done in Wrath. Like Cata could be banging, you know, if they was to redesign a couple of the old school dungeons, because we're in the vanilla zones. You know, redesign Alderman as a raid, or redesign Scarlet Monastery, one of the wings as a raid. You know, in Cata. So it's like, yeah, you're going to get all of the original Cataclysm experience for those that never experienced and want to experience it. But there's also this whole extra layer of content that no one's seen before.
It's actually new. That would make it a lot more compelling for a lot of people, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I think it's unrealistic for us to think that they could pull that off with any data they've learned. With any data they've learned from SOD, though, it'd be very difficult, I think, for them to implement that into Cata now. Knowing that Cata is coming out.
Yeah, if they've been, they would have had to have been working on it a while back. But then again, I mean, would they? It's not even in beta yet. I mean, they've got months before they.
Well, it's not like they developed Cata. Like Cata's.
Yeah, it's there exactly.
It's there, right?
They'll have to make some changes, but. Like they could really just add some new content, because Cata's got fuck all content. Like phase 1 is going to be amazing. Like like after phase 1, I probably will quit until Mr. Pandaria. Like that's how I feel like it's going to go. Just because I love phase 1, and it's like TBC. I loved phase 1 of TBC. Didn't really like the rest of it. I'd played it to death on private servers. You know, so like it didn't really interest me. And Cata's the same. I've played all through Cataclysm on multiple private servers. I love phase 1. I really like Firelands for about a month, but outside of that, there ain't anything for me. You know, so they could add stuff where it's like, look, guys, I know Cataclysm's got a bad rap, but we've added these 2 new dungeons. We've tuned these dungeons into raids. With like they could really then set a precedent for what the future classic expansions could be. They could make MOP better. They could make Warlords of Draenor better. If they just keep going as they are, like Cata, unfortunately, not from my perspective, because I am, as I say, at least going to play phase 1, but it's going to be dead on arrival.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's true. If they just plan to be like a minimal changes re-release of Cata, and each expansion after that, they're not gonna pull the numbers that Blizzard wants to be seeing.
No,
but they're gonna make the money.
MOP will be great though.
They're gonna make the money with the.
Well,
I've
got to take us to the next thing, because like.
Okay, next thing. Move it along. Let's go.
Yep, we gotta go. We gotta go
get
next
to the GDKP thing.
Yep, we gotta get there. We gotta get there.
I am too hungry or whatever.
Yeah. So okay, let's go here. So the new open world PvP event in Stranglethorn Vale, new mounts, new Arathi Basin quest. But the big thing about this new PvP event, and I think only Black Smoke was on the show, and his guess was right. I think it was him, the one that he said it was going to be a free for all. And
and we all said no.
Well, here, let me go. Like, I think this sounds freaking awesome. I think this is going to be a complete shit show, disaster, fail. What do you guys think?
100%.
I think it's going to be brilliant. I think it's sweet, dude. Yeah. Dude, there's so many cool things about it. I'm going to have my band of like 5 people. I could go in there like that. I could go in with 5 people. We could like go around and try to kill people. I could be like solo as a rogue.
Can you do friendly fire to your own group though?
Well, here's the thing. Look, if I don't like someone on Horde side, this might be my first opportunity to do this. Someone wrongs me or slights me. I'll play nice. I won't get too mad with them.
You know?
And I'll be like, oh, the PvP event's going on. Guys, let's go. And then we go together as a group. And then the guy that slighted me in the dungeon or something or whatever, oh, yeah, I just drop group and kill him when he wasn't expecting it. Collect my blood shards and
keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Dude, Simon's got a whole plan for this. I'd be scared to join Simon's group. I'd be like, all right.
I mean, I think this is just like a lot of the open world PvP that I see a lot of the like PvP streamers doing is basically just like hanging out, killing people, you know, wander around, kill people. And I do that sometimes too. And this feels like a mode that rewards that exact type of gameplay. And that's like a type of gameplay that was just done for the fun of it. And I feel like it'd be cool if, you know, every once in a while you get to do that and be rewarded for it.
You know,
I like it.
You know, on the add-on that like tells you like the different opposite faction that's within, Spy. Now we need an option on Spy though to add a line or same faction players to the kill on site list. That way I know when I'm in the PvP event, those jerks that have, you know, that I want to kill that I haven't been able to kill, I know. Mm-hmm. So like think again, somebody fishes in your fishing pool, you put them on the kill on site list and be like, I'll see you in Stranglethorn Vale, asshole.
Yeah.
Like, we'll settle this
and
there.
It seems like a lot of the rewards are pretty good. So like, you know, people are going to go there and do, I think it's going to be great. And, you know, if it's a complete shit show disaster of like, oh my God, it's so toxic, something or like, that's just the beauty of it.
Yeah, it sounds extremely fun. I'm extremely excited about it. I just think it's going to be a literal shit show. Like,
yeah,
and there's going to be people killing people in their guild. And there's going to be there's going to be butthurt, angry motherfuckers that are like, well, how the fuck did you kill me? What the fuck, dude? It's like, bro, it's a game. Come on. Like,
our guild's going to disband after the first FPV event.
The real guild killer.
Only out for them. No one else. I don't give a fuck about the opposite faction. I just want my guild dead.
Yeah, what I'm real guild killer like, STV.
I'm planning to like level up really fast and do Gnomeregan as early as possible. And then I'm going to crash after Gnomeregan. But next day when I'm level 40 and probably like 80% of the server, maybe 90, 95% of the servers is like in the mid 30s. Oh, I'm going to go to Stranglethorn Vale and I'm going to have, you know, a couple days where I'm an absolute menace, absolute monster because I'm +5 levels on everyone else in the zone.
Simon, that sucks because like the Chiefs are the Super Bowl. So it's going to hurt it's going to hurt my time at level 40 in front of other people. So I am jealous of you.
In that point, I actually had a thought about this is like, it's definitely not fun to be on the receiving end of getting killed by a higher level player. That's like not a fun experience. Like when I've been leveling up, like
you have no choice.
18 guy in Stone Talon and like a 25 hunter comes by, I have literally no counterplay to stop them from killing me.
It's fun when you get close though, right? Like they're all level 25, you're all level 20, and you get them like they don't kill you until they have like an 8th health left, and you're like, you know, you feel bad, Dick. But you know, you feel bad.
I wonder if they could, you know, implement their like layer system and have like try to group similar level players together. Like put,
even if it was just, wait, didn't they have something where it was like, if you were this level, like, wasn't it Ashenvale? Like if you're 25, you're on a different layer than others?
Yeah.
Or, there was something.
I mean, that would be good, right? I think. you know, if they tried to, it doesn't have to be like super strict segregation of the players, but like, you know, the 38s to 40s are, you know, highly likely to be placed on the same level, and the, you know, 35 to 37 highly likely to be placed on the same layer or something. Because, you know, as much as I look forward to, you know, ambush critting someone for 900 who's 6 levels below me, that's probably not going to create a good experience for people.
True.
Yeah, it'll create a good experience for you.
Yeah, for me, yeah, sure.
So fuck them.
Yeah. Whose happiness are we worried about here, people?
Exactly. But the thing that I wonder about with what they're going to do with it is the opting out when it comes to a PvP server. So I said recently that I feel like on a PvP server you won't be able to be attacked by your faction. Like,
yeah,
that makes sense.
That's the only thing opting out should do, probably.
Yeah, but don't you think that you should be on an like a deserter layer? Like, you should be put on an opted out layer. So it's like you're on a layer
no, because they said
people that don't want to be doing it.
They said still PvP rules would be
I think that,
right?
So PvP rules would still be you could still get killed, but you'd be on a layer where you could get killed by people that also didn't want to do the event.
I
don't think that's a bad idea. I think that sounds fine to me.
I think kind of part of the PvP server, the thing you sign up for is like,
don't
other
be a
people
wimp.
are going to mess with you sometimes, and that's part of the deal.
That's why we like PvP servers. The people
it
that
only
truly
goes for
like
30
it.
minutes. It only goes for 30 minutes. It's like, but it only goes for 30 minutes. It's like, just go somewhere else. Like, if you want to opt out, just go somewhere else, to be honest. For this 30 minutes, like, go find
the zone
somewhere
for
else.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
right.
The opt-out thing does seem just kind of weird to me, especially that it even exists on a PvP server. It's like, it doesn't feel like it would do too much.
And it's
Definitely
going
makes
to
sense on a
run
PvE server, yes.
It's going to run it at the exact same time, so it's going to be just like Wrath, Wintergrasp. So you can set your watch to it. You know it's coming. You could plan accordingly. But I'm kind of with Scotty in what he first said about Stranglethorn Vale, is that, like, it kind of sucks that the event is here, period, because it was already the BIS PvP zone leveling up. Like, why not Arathi Highlands, which is generally pretty empty and pretty damn open? Like, why not have that have been the zone to do it in? But I don't know,
because we already have nightmares about STV, so why not just
make it worse?
On that, right? Why not why make another zone that we have to, you know, remember dying a trillion times in?
So the thing is, for me, it's an amazing zone, though. Like, for questing, you know, if you just think about leveling up, like, it's great.
So many
like,
quests.
There's so many quests. They vast. Yeah, the level band is vast from 30 to like 45, 46, I believe. So like you're going to spend a lot of time there, and then to where like these events starting. Like, imagine trying to quest in the middle of an Ashen Vow event. Like,
I've done it. We've done it. We have pre-quested during it. It's actually easier because the quests were away from the action. But Ashen Vale is going to be different in the fact that there's not central points of bosses. But questing right now during the event is bad fucking ass. You don't get messed with by anybody, and you can do it fast.
That's why I think the opting out needs to be. It needs to be more impactful than just you can't be attacked by your own faction. Like,
I mean, I'm fine with that.
You're on a PvP server.
Because there's going to be so many more of the opposite faction there than usual.
And they're going to end up killing the mobs, too, that you're trying to quest with and everything else. Yeah, I gotcha.
But that's not like me being like someone who enjoys PvE. Like, I play on a PvP server. My main is on a PvP server. I will be doing pretty much every STV event, I would imagine. But I just don't see the point of having an opt-out option on a PvP server that does almost fuck all.
Yeah, I agree with that. That the opt-out feels very weird on a PvP server.
Listen, the opt-out is saying, like, fuck you, guild. I don't need whatever it is from STV. You're not going to be able to kill me. Okay? Like...
All right, so...
Yeah.
Saving the peace.
Moving on to the next. So, the World Buff... we were worried about this, or at least I was, that we were going to have 70,000 world buffs by the end of this. And it looks like they were worried about it too. Your buff from Black Fathom Deeps is only going to work from 1 to level 39. When you hit 40, you can no longer get that buff. And I believe, so there's a new buff in Gnomeregan. I don't know where you're going to have to be for it to hit. It's probably going to be fucking Undercity, kill me. But yeah, you're going to get that buff at level 40. And I believe you probably can't get the gnome buff before 40. I don't think I've seen that anywhere, but that's my guess. And they just said they want to keep
the buff at Booty Bay. Sorry, Bob.
Go ahead.
Hope they put the buff at Booty Bay. That would be amazing if you got to be in Booty Bay to get the buff.
That'd be fine.
That's if that was everybody's new home.
I mean, that's going to be the home. So cool. That's going to be the home later on, and it leads to a lot of PvP, a lot of fun. And I'm finally on Sarth's team, so he won't kill me like he used to back in 2019.
Except for during the event.
Oh yeah, true. Oh, Sarth, I love you. I love you, Sarth.
I am a fan of stacking up 15 different world buffs and just being ridiculously overpowered. But
I take it back. We're not
maybe that's not the greatest. One thing that when they had servers hosted in China, they had a different mechanic for their world buffs, where they had the buffs just automatically go out every 2 hours or something like that. Like no one needed to turn in the quest or anything. I don't know if like once, well, whatever. It's once every 2 hours, so you don't have to worry about like resetting the mob or when someone's going to drop it or something. You just know, like you're in Stormwind at 6 o'clock. You're going to get a rallying cry.
I'm down with that, Simon, but I'd rather just not have to you could turn it in at any time and it puts the buff out. I'm more of a fan of that than just the auto buffs, but I would take the auto buffs.
But I think that makes it, more accessible when people aren't running that content anymore, If they did that with the BFD buff, that would be pretty cool. Probably most people don't want to stack up 15 world buffs and kill Shazra in 8 seconds. I do, but...
So I might have like a different take on this, and probably people are going to hate me for it, but the new Gnomeregan buff does not have a movement speed buff, and I think that's good.
So I'm mad.
I think the speed buff in that buff has been glorious, but I think it's bad for the game. Like once, like you go into War Song Gulch, and your team loses that buff, you're done. Like that. Like
you lose that initial clash.
Yeah, and you don't take you don't take theirs, then you guys are in deep shit. Like that 20% speed is so huge.
So silly that they never kill the priest, right? Like, sure, she's out of mana, but she's still got the BFD buff.
Well, no, you always kill the priest first.
Unless it's me. Well, they'd never kill me. Literally, I went through multiple games where we lost, and they did not kill me.
That's funny. Well, but it's just, I think that speed buff's been great, especially at lower levels. But I think it would be bad for the game going into later stages.
Perhaps.
I love the speed buff.
I love the speed buff.
I love it too. I'm just saying, I think it would be bad for the game overall. But yeah, so that's the way it's going to work.
Run slowly now, like that feels bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to get your 6% speed boost on your boots next phase, so it just takes away like some of the class's cool things, like Hunter having aspect of the cheetah, druids moving faster, paladins moving faster. Like it just kind of takes away of that flair of those classes, and I don't know. I think I'm going to be very far. I think nobody's going to agree with me on this, but I'm telling you, it's for your own good, guys. It's for your own good.
Okay.
They're going to hate that comment Bob. Even more. I know. I just hope people know I'm trolling like half the time. All right. So next is the profession updates. Wait, is that what's next?
Dungeon updates?
Yeah, profession changes.
Profession
Item 8.
update preview.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to spend much time on this, but it is cool.
I think it's dope.
Like, they're giving us more items, but on top of that, it looks like each profession is getting some sort of buff. Like, it looks like alchemy is getting like a potion that increases their damage, healing, everything, like for a short time. Like, it looks like enchanting's getting kind of a world buff that they put on every 30 minutes. Like,
yeah, good.
Yeah, I think it's neat to give those types of things, and it's going to be neat to see people like Simon Eyes like having to work up every different skill on all of his rogues just to tell us which ones are the best for PvE output, and I can't wait for his sleepless nights doing so.
I have to rebuild a part of the damage calculations on my spreadsheet because they're set up in a way that doesn't really effectively capture the damage gain of stacking multiple cooldowns together, which is not really a big issue when you only have like 1 or 2 cooldowns. But now it's like, okay, we have 3 or 4 potential like activated effects we can add in this phase, and I'm like, oh geez, I gotta do this now, don't I, huh? I was trying to keep the Season of Discovery spreadsheet like simpler calculations, so I had like intentionally chosen not to do the calculations in a way that would handle this better from the get-go. And now that I see this, I'm like, I gotta go back and change it all.
Choices, yeah.
Rebuild. Right. Those look. I think it's really exciting
that it makes those other professions viable professions with different classes, rather than always having to have like an ult that has alchemy or enchanting.
Yeah, I think it's definitely good that they're putting like combat benefits into each of the crafting professions. They don't have to be like perfectly balanced, but a whole bunch of them just had no benefit. And one thing I really thought was like they had these fairly unique effects on the void touched items that they craft, we crafted in phase 1. I thought they would just give us like a new void touched item, so like you only pick one of them at a time. Like, oh, you had your void touch leather gloves in phase 1. Now, you can have your void touch leather helmet that has the similar activated effect, but like phase 2 relevant passive stats. I thought that was the way they were going to go. So these, you'd have one professional, but they're just like completely different items. And as far as I can tell, like if you want to use your void touch leather gloves at the same time as your neuro linked leather, whatever it's called, helmet, you can.
It looks like it, yeah.
And they're like new, different, unique effects, which I was not expecting, and I'm totally all for it. Very cool.
The thing is, with they've made it, well, at the moment, with what we know data mine wise, it looks like if you're a leather wearer, leather working is almost mandatory. If you're a tailor, you're a cloth wearer, tailor's mandatory, because there's no heads that currently appear to be dropping in Gnomeregan.
Yeah.
That could change.
Yeah.
But then when you're like, so let's say me as a mage, like I almost have to be tailoring. It's great that enchanting.
Not right now. I'm busy.
It's great that if you're like with a tailor, you're going to go enchanting. So it's great. You're going to get a combat benefit. But if you're, let's say, leather working, like you almost feel like you need skinning on something, if you want to do it yourself. So I'd have liked to have seen some bonuses given to gathering professions, where even if it was just, like what we're used to, like in the future, where you're going to get crit from skinning, you're going to get stamina from mining, you're going to get lifeblood from herbalism, which lifeblood could give melee attack speed, for example, or melee and casting speed, attack speed, whatever, they're putting a lot of emphasis on the crafting professions, which is actually just making us have to have two actual primary crafting professions. Whereas if they were to actually put a bit of emphasis on gathering professions as well, where you're not being punished for being leather working and skinning, and then tailoring, enchanting, blacksmithing, mining,
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to go even further. I think we should have we have skills. You can have 2 of them. Secondary skills we could have however many that we want, you know, fishing, cooking. I think there should be gathering skill, and you could have one, everybody, on top of the two other skills. It would be so good. Yeah. It should have been in from the beginning, I think. Like,
yeah, that's good.
If you're not going to give a bonus to a gathering profession, then yeah, you should just be able to choose one. That's a great idea.
Yeah, just one slot for a gathering profession. I think the flip side, like, I understand what you're saying, Scotty, with the gathering professions being like left behind, no combat benefit. The flip side to that is, if you're willing to make a character with a gathering profession, there's going to be far fewer players that are taking gathering professions. So your skinning and your mining and your herbalism are going to be way more profitable because there's less people doing them. So it's like, man, if you want a character to make money, man, taking herbalism and mining or skinning or whatever, those are going to be good.
I hate skinning, though, because I walk into a field and there's 9 dead corpses, and I'm like, well, I have to fucking skin them. And no one
looted them.
No. I'm saying when they loot them, I'm just like, well, I'm just like, guys, I'll catch up. I'm skinning. Like that's, it's overwhelming for me. I can't walk by it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get it. Yeah. And when everybody just leaves all these dead carcasses, I'm like, well, I got to do it. So yeah,
and then he does get very angry when we don't loot them.
Well, I'm excited about the changes they're making in professions. Professions are actually fun to work up now. You guys should check out. I mean, I guess it's not. It should still work for people working up. Like, check out Simon Ives' video on making money while working up. After I watched his video, I just made money working up all my professions, and it's awesome.
I'd leveled up a profession on it. I did the same thing I did every other time. I go to WoW-professions and look at their leveling,
which is the best site,
right? Things, level it up, and I was like, man, I just lost 8 gold because I crafted a bunch of stuff that I vendored. And I was like, man, we got these waylaid supplies now. Can't I come up with a better profession leveling plan? And of course I can. So then I did that. And I went into all the professions. I'm like, what are the waylaid supplies items? Because I know these are always going to be able to sell at cost or at profit. Because people want them. And can I plan profession leveling around crafting as many of these waylaid supplies items as possible? Yes, I can. Came up with these plans, and I checked my server's prices for them a couple times before putting out the video. And it's every time I checked the prices, it was profitable to level from 1 to 150. Because you were making things that people actually wanted. I'm like, yeah, this is a way better way to level professions.
Hell yeah. And you can just buy it all.
Really good,
yeah, you can just buy all of the mats and everything. And yeah, you're actually... And that's kind of how it should be. You're taking the time to craft things. In a perfect economy, you would be buying your goods and then crafting them, taking the time to do it, and then selling them at a profit. It's a cool thing. It's I really shit on the waylaid supplies at the start, but now seeing what it actually does, the only problem that I ever have with it is just the holding one. It's a freaking cool idea.
Yeah, the system was very cool, and the one glaring problem with it was that the crates were unique. That made it such a bad experience to interact with that system. And you know what tilted me the most is initially players figured out that you could delete the crates and then item restore them later to get around the uniqueness, and it made me so mad when Blizzard removed the ability for you to item restore the waylaid crates. And then did not at the same time remove their uniqueness. It's we know this system is shitty, and we're gonna make sure you have to experience this shitty aspect of this. Oh, I made me so mad.
Yeah, when it's already been exploited, it's well, you might as well roll with it now. I mean,
just let the players keep doing that at the,
I'll tell you what,
or fix it, actually fix it instead of just whatever. But yeah, I mean, the waylaid supplies, if they fix that uniqueness, that's really the only problem with the system. There's a lot of great things about the waylaid supply system outside of that.
Well,
to be fair, if
some
you're
of them
the waylaid supplies, here's my thing. If you're using the waylaid supplies as intended, you can fill up a waylaid supplies and then get another one, right? So I don't think their intention was that people
with 10 slot bags, you carry all that stuff.
Listen, and you also want me to carry extra gear for PvP. Like, fuck that.
I mean,
like,
you could look up and see what mobs drop stuff too.
Yeah, that was the intention. The problem is that when you're questing, you're not going to stay in one area to farm. So you just end up passing on all these waylaid supplies things and all of these. Like, that's where the problem was. They should have, if they wanted to keep them unique, I think they have to make them drop in zones where you can acquire the specific thing that the waylaid supplies is asking for, right?
Yeah, like if a waylaid supplies for blood shards dropped in the barrens,
right,
off of the quillbores, the same mob that dropped the thing, that would be great.
Yeah,
I would also like to see, like, they did it with most of them. Like, they took a lot of things that were worthless and made them have worth. But like, if you get a 20 swift thistle box drop, you're just pashing that shit. Like, because like who thought swift thistle, which is always holds its fucking it'll go up. Swift thistle, by the time we are level 60, will be 10 gold per. Like, that, it's one of the most highly sought after fucking herbs in the entire game, and it only drops off fucking briar thorn and
major oil.
Yep. So why did you make a box that? Like,
well, wouldn't it be great though if it was like algorithmic, so it was tied to the auction house? So depending on what box you got and the current cost on your server would then depend on how much XP you got when you handed it in.
That'd be interesting.
Wow. I think they would never do that because that's too hard to implement, but that would be cool. Yeah.
Listen, it's not their job to hold people's hands and know that they shouldn't turn that one in. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
You're level 25, you get a Swift Thistle box, hand it in. Oh, I'm level 40. That was quick.
They're like, we'll remove GDKPs, but we'll put in...
Have they banned GDKPs?
No. What?
Oh. No, I didn't hear any news about that.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Okay. Bob, you did miss the dungeon enhancements.
Yep,
like
that's what I was.
Dungeon skill.
Trying to open it.
Oh,
I copied it. Okay, yeah. So we did. Yeah, we did miss that. So that's what we could talk about really quick now. Dungeon skill books. So we thought that like quality of life improvements were going to come via runes, which I still kind of think they probably should have, because we might get a little bloated here soon. But they're coming in skill books, which were in vanilla, like for different moves, you know, heroic strike, like the highest level of it back in AQ, et cetera, et cetera. Well, now they're coming in the phase of books that only drop from 5-player dungeons. And these are things
they like the friction 3 months ago. What the fuck's gone on? Like, what's changed? I literally asked them about quality of life changes in the interview before phase 1. Yeah. And they was like, and Agrum was like, but part of the beauty of vanilla is the friction, and is it that bad to do it like buff? As a paladin, having to do it every 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yes, it
annoying.
is.
Yeah, it's really, and that's what I was trying to tell him. It's really fucking irritating. And now they've gone, I'll tell you what, we'll just go all out and now just add, we'll just make it more retail-esque. This is the thing. I love what I've seen so far of phase 2, but I do feel like we're not even, level 40 yet, and it feels like it's moving too far, too fast.
Too close to homogenization. I think you're 100% right on that point. Like, people complained about rogues not having AoE, and, of course they complain about it because, the AoE class beats them on the AoE pulls. Fine, whatever. But it's as long as rogues still, one of the top single target damage, to me, it's totally fine and actually good that my class has a strength and it has a weakness, and it is very clear. I don't need to have an AoE ability so I can be good in every situation, and this ability for that situation, and let the classes be different. And yeah, like getting too much, we're going to be homogenized and it's going to be not that interesting.
When I look at these books, I'm just like, right. So a paladin, like I've got 2 paladins. I can buff, and it's probably going to be, I'd guess, enhanced blessings. I've not actually looked, but probably 15 minutes, let's say, maybe 10. Yeah. I know greater blessings in vanilla is 15, so maybe these are 10. That's great. All right,
anything's better than 5.
Yeah, that's cool. I need to buff half the time. Or if I was a rogue, I'm going to get manual of redirect, which stores my combo points for 15 seconds. Like, are you fucking joking? Like, are they even close? Like, no. That's not. They're not even the same type of. Like, if these were minor glyphs, and there was a minor glyph that reduces the mana cost of my arcane intellect by 50%, and then there was one that allows me to store my combo points for 15 seconds, you'd be like, hang on, I think someone's fucked up.
Yeah, like the combo point thing is definitely usable as a DPS gain. Like you'll find plenty of situations where this is providing you a combat benefit. That's not quality of life.
That's not quality of life.
Don't even get me started on Shadow Fiend. Like we won't go there yet. Like we'll just focus on the ones that we know.
Although with the redirect one,
my fucking Shadow Fiend.
It was really is strange in the way they implemented it, because it's actually not. It has a fairly narrow way that it can be used. So the way combo points work right now, and I assume they will continue, is you build combo points on one target. If you so much as target anything else, you don't even have to attack it. If you just change target, your combo points are instantly gone. That's how it works. Really?
Yes. Yeah, it sucks. So I didn't realize that was how it was until we started side. I was like, what the fuck? Because I thought I could leave my combo points, go white hit this thing, and go back. Nope. My combo points are there. Nope, they're gone.
Nope.
Redirect's not going to work in PvP though.
Yeah. So the way it works, you build combo points on your one target, then you press redirect, and you get yourself a personal buff for 15 seconds or whatever that stores your combo points. And then it says the next time you attack a non-player target, you get those combo points back. You don't exactly decide which target. It's like the first thing you hit that qualifies gets them. So if you're trying to kick another mob, you've transferred your combo points there. Mm-hmm. Because kick is a hostile action towards that mob. There go your combo points.
It looks janky. It looks really janky.
If you want to kill the totem that's summoned on Kelris and then, go back to Kelris, that's 2 target swaps. Your combo points, transfer onto the totem and then redirects on cooldown. You can't transfer them back to, or not Kelris.
Yeah, it's like a minute cooldown as well, isn't it? So
so it's not
got to be
as
used
great.
Sensibly.
Yeah, but it's more than 5 minutes on your buff.
Yeah,
I like the fact, the thing that I think that makes it powerful is the fact that it lasts 15 seconds. Mm-hmm. It's like you can really, if you look at something and it's just about to die, you might be like, well, I'm not going to hit that. I'll hit the next thing. So it also could lead to bad gameplay. As in selfish gameplay. Let's call it selfish gameplay. Mm-hmm. But I still think like that. I think that should be a rune. Yeah. Not a quality of life book.
Yeah. This definitely feels like something providing a combat benefit, but it also feels like it's got pretty narrow applications. And a lot of people have complained about losing combo points, switching target. I don't think it even addresses a lot of the problems that a lot of the complaints people had about losing combo points when you change target, which frankly, I didn't think was that big of a deal. It's just kind of part of the class, from my opinion.
Do you think it would have been better if they would have said, your combo points you don't lose your combo points unless you add another combo point to another target?
That's how it works in Wrath.
Yeah.
And if they put it in that way, that would have made a lot more people happy. Redirect is going to be kind of janky.
Because right now, I feel like it's decentivizing rogues from doing their party helpful abilities like kick or the things that maybe don't add to their DPS, which already they're like, I want to parse, so I don't want to do these things. But then I also lose DPS because I lose my combo points when they have to take this mob. Like
redirect isn't really helping in a lot of those situations.
Yeah.
Yep. And but it might help tanks. I don't know. We'll have to see. It might. It might not help us DPS, but it might help tanks a little bit better. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it goes.
I don't think of a 1 minute cooldown. I think the cooldown's quite ridiculous. How I feel redirect should have been, it should have been like it could be exactly as it is. Like literally don't change it, that's fine, but give it like a 10-second cooldown and have it on the same have it on the same rune slot as Shadow Step. Now that actually gives you some real, like, that would be a decent choice between Shadow Step and that.
Or even Sticky. That would give you a real choice on Shadow Step or Sticky combo points. Although Sticky combo points, people are just going to... You would have to make Sticky combo points disappear when out of combat, or else people are just going to have 5 combo points going into every fight.
And it'd have to be systematic, otherwise that would fucking suck to be a feral druid.
Yeah,
that way it would have to be for both.
Yeah,
I swear there was one that said that it decreased the mana I had to spend for my buff.
Yes, and those, this is just showing the 3.
It's a really exciting book for you, Mel.
Mel,
oh my god!
In the notes, I just put all of the non-spoiler articles because I don't want people clicking on stuff in the notes if they, don't want spoilers. But there is like, I think the really good ones are enhancing the time for paladin blessings, for shaman stuff, like anything that's on a 5-minute cooldown. Unfortunately, you didn't fix fucking battle shout, assholes. But
nobody cares about battle shout. Fort, like, thank God. Like, that's all I can say, because nothing's more frustrating than, like, I have to strategically fort people so that I don't have to refort people all at the same time, right? So when we gather at the flight path, I fort like half the people, right? And then we get to the dungeon, and then I fort the other half of the people.
That's
that
what
way,
makes you a fucking badass, Mel.
Get through, and people start losing their buff. It's not everybody at the same time, but then everybody fucking takes forever, and then all of a sudden nobody has fort anymore, and my whole plan got thrown out the window. And then they're like, okay, we're pulling in 5. And I'm like, really? Because I just forted only half of you who only have half-life, and I have 0 mana, and I'm drinking this stupid mage water that somebody gave me that makes it so that I have to drink 4 for 30 seconds before it actually fills up my mana bar. Like, it's freaking ridiculous.
I'm on Feral Druid. I have to buff people sometimes. It's so annoying. I hate it, dude. This is why I play Rogue all the time. Like, I have to buff, and I click through, and like, all my mana bar is gone, and I have to buff 3 more people, and I sit down and drink, and now they've moved out. Like, they're so annoying, and I hate it. I understand your struggle, and like, Fortitude probably costs like way more percentage of your mana than my stupid Mark of the Wild.
Mark of the Wild isn't as bad. I could do the entire raid, Mark of the Wild, but then I have to drink. But yeah,
are you balanced?
No,
I'm feral, dude.
Feral.
Don't let. I leveled up as balance. I got my DMF buff, then I got a Boon of Blackfathom, then I got summoned to Wetlands to get the Star Surgery, and then I Hearthstoned back to the starting zone, and I exited the starting zone at like level 6. And there was a grand total of like 2 mobs that I didn't literally one-shot the whole time, and it was glorious.
Yep. Mel carried my warrior up to level 25, one-shotting stuff.
It was glorious. It was the most fun.
I would attack a mob. She would kill 4 mobs and then finish off my mob. no bullshit. I'm not like, I'm being serious. It was nuts.
It was glorious.
But yeah, okay, so these are cool. Like, but yeah, the redirect I don't think is a quality of life. I agree with that.
I hope they've got a real fucking low drop chance, by the way. I hope they're like at 1%.
My priest one.
I want to see disgustingly low drop chances, because if we're talking about ways to get people to keep running dungeons, this could be it. Make it fucking ridiculous to get.
They are soulbound.
Yeah,
it says it right here. Now, if you could sell them, Yeah, and
No, they're buying when picked up. They're buying when picked up.
Okay.
But like the
I
shaman
would pay a lot
totem
of
of
gold for the
projection.
mana one.
yeah, but then Mel, that
they
brings it
just
RMT and just more gold sellers, babe. Just we can't do that.
True.
That's
But I could get
disgusting.
Simon to buy me one because he runs a lot of GDKPs.
Oh,
right?
true,
You
true,
know?
true.
Yep,
Yeah.
and he
I could pay him on the side.
That's the
like-
gold. So it'll take about
You know
75
you're gonna-
runs.
You know, you're going to walk into the dungeon, you're going to kill one mob, and it'll be like the fucking manuals
3 different books
of
drop.
bandages. Yeah, they're just going to.
And we don't even have all the classes that want them.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
It's going to be like that.
All right, so the very last thing, this is weird, but I want to know what you guys think about it. New experience item for phase 2 of Season of Discovery, the cozy sleeping bag. You can
Let's
use
go,
it.
dude.
You can stack
I'm
up
hyped
to
for that.
after sleeping for 1 minute. You get a buff that increases EXP gain. Can stack up to 3 times. What is
How do you
this?
get this?
What
How do you get
like
this?
what?
Okay.
So am I just gonna rest for 3 minutes every 15 minutes
Yes.
because it's
Maybe it lasts an hour or 2, but here's the whole point of it: is I think it's literally for people like me who are going to sit there for 10 hours leveling directly to 40, and the point of it is
You need a rest.
No. It compels you to actually take a break because, like, you sit there for 3 minutes stacking up your buff, and your character can't do anything. But taking that 3-minute break with this item being implemented is like actually the optimal way to gain experience. So they're giving it to save us from ourselves.
like stand up, hydrate, go walk around the house a little bit, pet your dog, pet your cat.
Developed for Simon. It was
I'm so about this item. Oh man.
Oh, that's great. That's great. All right. Whew.
I hope
Would've
they
been-
balance
it-
it in the right way that using it is optimal. I assume they will.
If it weren't 3 times, I would have assumed it would have been their answer to the increased XP. So it would have let's say it only works up to level 25, and then next phase only works up to level 40, and you would just get it in your mailbox when you create a character in phase 2. But the fact that it stacks 3 times, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think
And there might be a
idea
cooldown on it too. There might be like a 5 to 10 minute cooldown, so it could kind of work as a world buff. Because, like, say it's a 10-minute cooldown, you have to stop every 10, and then you're getting the stack, and then it re-ups it for another hour. Now, if you have a three stack, that takes 30 minutes or 20 minutes to stack up. So if you die, the penalty,
it's big.
I mean, I kind of like that would be a cool idea too to do with it.
I think the 3-minute time to stack the buff up to full and then lasting for like an hour or 2 is the good way to do it. And then it's just like, yeah, okay, you take a break every, you actually stand up and like move around or get a fresh glass of water or take a pee or whatever.
Well, and we should let everybody know the Blues didn't tell us about this. This is a data mined object. It might not even be coming. Oh,
it was in a Twitter post, right?
It was official World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Oh,
post official World of Warcraft.
It was okay.
It's like not 100% clear what the details are, but it seems like they give us the item description, so like we don't know exactly what it's doing, but pretty much.
This is gonna be,
I think it's cool.
You gotta find a good spot on a PvP server because
right inside the entrance to Scarlet Monastery in my instanced content, where no one can hurt me.
Can only be used outside of town and in open world.
Oh God, then we'd have to take shifts protecting whoever's in the sleeping bag.
Because it's a one shot if you get attacked while you're in it. I don't know. I'm just making shit up and having a good time.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I have a raid in 40 minutes, and I don't think that's enough time for this next subject. So let's go.
Okay, well then we got to start it now.
Let's do it.
Right? Okay, opening statements. How about?
Hold on.
Oh, we got
Bobby,
a sound effect.
We need to have a talk about this World of Warcraft Classic. Do I look like I know what a WoW token is?
Simon, that's like normally your favorite part of the show, so I had to do it.
Yep.
Okay.
About GDKP.
I love it.
So here, first off, let me play this first GDKP voicemail, and then I'm just going to let you guys go ham. And I'll give you guys spoilers. This doesn't affect me at all. I don't care. I'm excited for them to try it, but I literally don't have a dog in the race here. But here's the first one.
Warcraft Reloaded. Mel, Bob, distinguished guest of Warcraft Reloaded. This is Militus calling in from the Dirty Casuals Guild on Wildgrowth US. You might remember that I called way back during TBC Classic and asked the question if you guys thought Blizzard would ever ban GDKPs. My reasoning back then was like I thought GDKPs would erode it. The intrinsic motivation of players to, play together socially. Zyrene was your guest then, and you all correctly predicted they would not ban them back then. This is before he had started working for Blizzard. However, Zyrene did agree with me that he thought GDKPs would erode it, intrinsic motivation of players. I don't really have a question, but can I just say this? To Agron, the classic devs, and Blizzard, thank you for having the balls to do this, to ban GDKPs. The health of Season Discovery will be better because the gameplay is interesting and enjoyable, as opposed to everyone overly focused on the external reward of gold. Thank you for doing this. Zyrene, if you had anything to do with this now that you work there, thank you. I know they listen, and so I just had to put this out there because I want the devs to hear it from the players. Have a great episode.
He cut off, but yeah, I'll just say I love Zyrene, and yeah,
I do. Don't go hound him if you love GDKPs, though. I don't know that he was behind this.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've been drinking. I want to put that out there, but I want to say something really inappropriate. Is that okay?
Do it.
Yes.
He sounded like he was masturbating the whole way through that voicemail.
He's excited, man.
I could fucking tell. I could almost smell it.
Oh man. All right, so they banned GDKPs for SOD only. That's something you guys should know. And yeah, they're going to be it's I don't know how they're going to keep up with it, but I'm interested to see it go. I do think, and I don't think you could argue with this, but some people have been, this is going to drastically cut down RMT gold buying transactions. Yes, I know you can use gold for a lot of other things, but I think this is the biggest thing you can use gold for. And the biggest thing that, what's it called when your money,
inflation.
Inflate.
This is the biggest thing to stop gold inflation too. And
I think it's going to have more of an impact
think there's
at
an
level
argue
60 than now.
Yeah.
You know, as in like now's a good, like if you're going to do it, now's a good time to do it because nip it in the bud before we get to the point where it's going to be out of control. You know, when people are trying to buy Thunder Fury and fucking whatever, you know, anything else. Me personally, I take it like I don't change my tune. I'm going to take the exact same stance about GDKPs that I've taken every single episode of this show that I've been on, any of my own podcasts, any videos. I don't really fucking care.
I'm the same.
I
I'm the same way.
Care whether it's there or not. If it's there and there's any gain for me to do it, that's the thing. You know, when they added the WoW token, that was when I started doing GDKPs. I was like, great, I'll do a GDKP once a week. I haven't got to pay every week I do a GDKP. It's like 3 months I haven't got to pay for my WoW subscription.
And
I'm going to do it.
And for me, when I started having a whole bunch of extra alts, I was like, well, I don't want to join a bunch of other guilds. like, and I don't want to have set times, and I don't want to always raid this week. So I'm going to do GDKPs. Like, so it was just an option there. So I did it, but I don't really care. Like, it's not my preferred way to play the game. My preferred way for mains is to play, you know, first and foremost with a group of people that I like. And second, you know, is like with a guild, you know? And so, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really bother me.
I will say, just again, like, you know, I am always honest, like to contradict myself. Like, some of the most fun weeks I had is I was doing GDKPs on my Paladin on NA, which, if anybody's watching knows me on the NA server on Mancrick. Obviously, I was doing like runs on my Paladin every week, and then my Druid hit 80, and I took like all of the gold that I'd got from doing the Paladin's GDKPs minus the amount of game time that I bought, and then fucking went in TOGC and bought everything. I was like full bis in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and
you know, I didn't spend a penny. I spent nothing.
Yep.
I just done so. But that was actually some of the most fun raids. You know, when I was there, and like people are going like, "Oh, 20K, this is mine." I'm like, huh, 60K.
Well,
I don't give a fuck.
And I think the argument is that, you know, what gave you that money was people buying gold and putting it in the bucket where you got the money, right? So
that's
I agree
not
with
the
that.
norm.
But here's my thing. Well, somebody has to inflate the market with money, and nobody went out.
But here,
and then brought it in. No.
Let me say, hold on, Mel, hold on. Let me say right off. Okay, let me say right here and now, guys, the majority of people right now that do GDKPs do not buy gold. I am fucking serious. I am tired.
You can't say that.
I can speculate it. I can speculate it. But hold on.
I can speculate that the majority that do
Let me
do buy
finish.
gold.
Let me finish.
I'm
Guys,
just waiting for my turn.
Guys, okay, you have what we call in the mobile market, you have whales. Whales are the ones inflating, not the majority of people going to GDKPs. They are getting rich because of the whales, but they are not the ones actually buying the gold. It's the guys spending thousands of dollars and then coming to a raid, and you guys see it on stream and shit, where somebody spends like 100K, or say even 900 golden sod. That's not the norm, dude. It's not the norm, so and I'm tired of people bullshitting.
Wait. No, because it's not fucking bullshit, right? So this is personal experience. Well, wait, you can't say it is. You don't know what I'm going to say yet.
I'm saying across the board.
Wind your neck in and wait.
All right, go.
So I have played I've played WoW since 2004. I've played Classic since 2019, and all through Wrath, all through TBC with people buying gold. And doing GDKPs and spending ludicrous amounts of gold. I didn't personally know anyone who got banned or got suspended or anything like that. It was like free reign, just fucking do what you want. In Season of Discovery, I know non-WoWs. I know people who haven't got jobs and they've bought like 50, 75 gold. Small amount of gold to go into GDKPs, and they got banned. They've even made videos about it on YouTube. There is
MMO guide got banned like for for doing gold trade.
He claimed not to buy gold. Yeah, fucking bullshit. He bought gold, but
he traded.
Trust me, but of course he did. But I know people who have openly said, yeah, I bought 50 gold to go into GDKP, and they got banned for buying 50 gold. Like, Blizzard have actually, during Season of Discovery, they are clamping down on bots. They're clamping down on, or trying to. I know that they're losing at the moment, but they're trying to. But they are also clamping down on gold buying, which is then setting a bit of a precedence to be like, don't be fucking stupid and buy gold because you will get banned. And these are people that, these are not WoWs. These are not people going in and bidding thousands of gold. These are people I know who haven't got a fucking job. Like, you know,
so you're saying they're buying a little bit of gold.
Yeah, they're buying a little bit of gold. Like,
okay.
They couldn't afford
true.
to eat that night. Instead, they bought 50 gold to go into the GDKP.
That might be
I had
true.
to hold a fucking rock concert for them. But that's what I mean is, like, not everybody's buying gold, because that would be as ludicrous as your statement of saying no one is. Like,
I didn't
there
say
are a
do
lot
not
of
pull a
people
fucking
buying
Josh.
little
I
bits
didn't
of
say
gold.
no one. Stop it.
You said the majority. You said
I
the majority.
said the
and
majority.
I think that's inaccurate.
And the majority could be 51%. Just saying.
Okay, fair.
And I would say there's a lot of people that feel obliged to buy gold because it is a quick way, and especially with the demographic of what plays Classic.
Yeah, the older person.
We are. Yep. Oh yeah, we're exactly. We're older people that have got jobs. Fucking losers. But like some people have got jobs, and you know you go out and earn real money and pay real tax. Fucking hell, what a joke.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
And then you'll buy gold with it. So we are more susceptible to the fact that we look on G2G and go, oh, it's a tenner. Fucking £10. You know, I literally would. I'd fucking give that to my kid for him to go away and stop talking to me. So
I'll give you that. Yeah. Okay. I stand corrected.
So
maybe there is a lot of people that are buying small amounts of gold. I can totally get that.
So easy. If I put you in a fucking witness box, you'd fold like a red hot Mars bar.
100%.
No, I mean you just made a good. You just made a good point. So.
Let me make my point. Okay.
Go. Sorry.
My point is that Blizzard is banning GDKPs with the caveat that GDKPs are part of the problem for gold buying and bots, right? That is what they're saying.
I mean, I think it is. I mean, I do agree with that.
So fair, sure. But I guess in my mind, you're banning a symptom of the problem, right? Because guess what else is banned? Gold buying. Okay.
Yeah.
That hasn't fucking stopped. You banned gold buying.
It is.
And gold buying hasn't stopped. Right. So now you're banning GDKPs. And I guess that's where I'm getting at is like you're banning GDKPs because of gold buyers, but you've banned gold buying because of botting, but you've banned botting. So like how far do we go down this rabbit hole that says like you can't do this loot system? Like what is to say that Bobby doesn't trade me a piece of loot because he's gathered everything at the end of the raid and then auctions it off for rolls. And then Bobby also trades me, or I also trade Bobby 25 gold later on that day because he needs it to buy something else. Like, is that going to flag me in some system that says like, hey,
it might. It just might.
So one of my biggest points when I think I was streaming the day after GDKPs were banned, or maybe I was even just talking about it before it was even announced that it was banned, was, what happens if, because I've done this, and I'd imagine maybe at least one of you are guilty of it, where you've just been in a pug, not a GDKP, just a pug or a soft reserve run or something, and it don't matter whether we're talking about TBC, RAF, Season Discovery, whatever, and something's dropped that you really want. Like, you've fucking seen it, you rolled a 98, they rolled a 99, you lost, and then you've said, I'll give you fucking 2K.
I've done that. I've totally done that, and I've totally sold an item too. Now, that's probably illegal too.
I would guess that gets you banned now.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
You're not in a GDKP run, but what is wrong with someone winning the item and then you saying, "I'll give you a ludicrous amount of gold for it"? Like, I really want it because I've got loads of fucking gear like that.
I think a lot of people would be pissed off about that, like especially if you're in like a friend group or something, and then you like sell it to another friend who had like the 4th lowest roll. I think that would piss off your friend, but I don't know.
But here's the thing: there are those problems everywhere. Like those problems with there's those problems with non-gold buying actions, right? Where like I could be in a raid where I have a piece of gear, or I don't need this piece of gear, but I could roll on it because my friend who also could use this piece of gear needs it too. And then there's 2 people rolling on it, and then I get it and I trade it to my friend. Like you can do that. Like so. I don't know where they draw the line. And I guess what I'm interested to hear is that I don't do GDKPs. I don't care. I get it that there are gold buyers in GDKPs. I understand all that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is how are they going to effectively enforce this?
Well, they're it's going that, aren't they, apparently.
Okay, so it's people are still going to get around it, but I think the vast majority of people engaging in GDKPs are no longer going to do it, even if there's specific systems set in Discord and different things. People just aren't going to mess with it because of that.
Well, they haven't said you can't sell boosts, and I mean that was the go-to in retail for years. Where you know, if it was a 20-man raid, you know, a 20-man mythic raid, you'd have like 15, 16 from the guild, and then you'd charge 10k per person for the last 4 spots.
Yep, that's actually one of our voicemails.
Or split between.
I mean, are they going to ban mages from boosting SM?
Hold on.
What's the next steps here?
Hold on. We're going too fast. We haven't let Simon talk at all yet. We've all gotten our initial off. Me and Scotty fought to get it off first, but let's let Simon talk.
To say, but I think I can summarize my points. I mean, you guys were going in on it about, like, are there GDKP or gold buyers in GDKPs? Is everyone doing it? Are the majority doing it? I don't think anyone actually has that data. I don't think there's any individual who's even participated in 0.1% of the GDKPs that exist on Season of Discovery. So, like, we all have pretty limited personal experience. And these statements of like, oh, everyone in GDKPs is gold buying, or the norm is that people don't gold buy, they're like not verifiable. So the best we have are opinions.
Yeah.
What I could say is, you know, since I've been doing GDKPs since Ulduar phase in Wrath of the Lich King, and, you know, my whole thing is just like, I take my payout 1 week, I spend it the next week on items, and I gear up my characters without ever buying gold, and to me, it's a great system. When I started in Season of Discovery, I logged every single raid I did. I've done 32 GDKPs just starting in the early January. My average payout for Season of Discovery GDKPs was 13.34 gold, and my average expenditure was 12.21 gold. Now, this is not even 0.1% of all the GDKPs that have happened, obviously, but I do think I have more experience than most people. I've participated in more than most have done, and this amount of gold that's being transacted just doesn't really seem to me like any kind of clear flag that someone's buying gold. I mean, I've not encountered people that are like obvious gold buyers. This guy's a whale, but I mean, maybe it's like Scotty says, that people just buying like 50 gold, like a normal amount of gold. You know, that would go undetected by, you know, my measure of like, you know, how much are people spending. The other thing I think is that a lot of people form their opinions about GDKPs with, you know, either no or very minimal personal experience. I upload a lot of VODs to YouTube of like the raids that I do, and I know if I put in the title or the thumbnail like, oh my god, million gold pot in GDKP, or this guy spent how much for that? If I can get these like absurd gold expenditures, those videos get like 10 times as many views as if I say, oh, I spent 2 weeks worth of payouts to get my best in slot chest, and I'm pretty happy about that. You know, those get nothing for views. So right. I think what a lot of people see that don't actually participate in GDKPs is like the absolute peak, most extreme highlights of like, there was one that I remember because it was so absurd, of like a ring in TOGC selling for 4 million gold. Or however many, I don't remember. Like,
it was absurd. Nuts. They had to like keep transferring gold to like make it happen.
Or the 198,000 Gressel from Nax Ramus. Like,
yep, that was the big one.
Like, peak highlights, right. and it, you know, based on my personal experience, that is absolutely not the norm of amount of gold that's being transacted in GDKPs. And, you know, I've been doing GDKPs for over a year through, you know, Wrath and now SOD, and been able to gear my characters without buying gold. So I do not feel like it is a necessity at all to buy gold. There's another statement. Some people will, you know, with that much streaming, I get a lot of flack from my viewers sometimes, with people being like, oh, GDKP is evil. Another thing people criticize is they say, oh, you know, you're only making so much gold because other people bought gold to, you know, bid up, and you're profiting even though you're not buying gold. Well, I mean, when someone else comes,
kind of true though. That's kind of true, right?
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, if someone else comes in that has bought a bunch of gold and they spend a bunch of bought gold, my payout at the end is bigger. But my ability to acquire loot is only hurt by the other people buying gold.
Isn't it also true,
yes,
though?
exactly
Isn't
true.
it also true, though, that I benefit from people who bought that put things on the auction house that I can now buy for cheaper because I don't buy gold? Like, isn't that also true? I'm not saying I endorse bots. I'm not saying I endorse gold buying. I'm just saying when there is a bot out there, the price of the items that I need are
goes
lower.
Down. Yeah,
right?
That's true.
So no,
the
do I
bots
appreciate
lower
that?
the
Do I
price
agree
of
with that? No.
easily farmable materials.
Yeah.
And if you're a farmer, you hate that, right? Like if you like to farm, you hate the fact that like farmed goods are going down.
So like other people buying gold and then coming into GDKPs that I'm participating in make it harder for me to acquire loot. So my payout might be higher because of that, but my ability to acquire loot is lower because of that, because they just always have more gold than me. So,
but it's not if the next week they're not in the group, because you got the bigger payout the week before and got a lot more gold, and then the week after they might not be there, and now you've got more gold to spend.
Yeah, that can happen.
I'm playing devil's advocate. Trust me. I've been in GDKPs with gold buyers, and they stand out.
They stand out. Yep, they definitely fucking do, and I fucking hate them.
Let me
I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going over 100K, asshole.
There was one guy who I was like 99% sure was a gold buyer in one of my season of Discovery raids. And it was the one raid I just joined out of trade chat or looking for group chat. It wasn't like super organized. And I was on my warrior, he was a warrior, and he was bidding up, reasonably high on a couple of items, whatever. And then at the end of the raid, the raid leader logs off with the pot. And like everyone in the group is kind of upset. It's like, oh shit, well, we're screwed out of our 9 gold payout. And then the one other guy, and this how like I was a little bit suspect of him for spending as much as he did, but not really. The one guy goes, well, I'm happy I got my items. And I'm like, okay, if you're totally fine with the raid leader logging off with the pot, you're probably someone who bought your gold. I thought that
he's like, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna buy more tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's like the only time I encountered someone that I was like quite sure was buying gold. But people point that out too. They're like, oh man, in GDKPs, this scam can happen, and I'm like, yeah. In a master looter system, the master looter can lose the roll on an item and still loot the item to themselves. In a group loot system, you can still have warriors need rolling the staff to either sell it to one of the casters or trade it to their caster friend. It's like GDKP isn't the only loot system that can be abused by dishonest members or dishonest, raid leaders or things like that.
And here, let me just throw in, like, you're really speaking my language, because I did a ton of GDKPs in talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just knew that I was never going to get the best items. I was never going to get the best main hand. Like, I just knew that wasn't going to happen, because the gold buyers are going to be able to beat me regardless that I run 4 of these every like week. There's no way that I can justify in my head to spend.
There was no gold buyers, and now you're in your head. You're
I did not say that.
Gold buyers.
I did not say that. I said the majority of people aren't gold buyers, and that's my feels crass speculation.
About the ones that were.
Well, there's always going to be them there. Like, that's the part that sucks about GDKPs. In any GDKP, I have never gotten the best items. Like, I will never get Deathbringer's Will in Wrath, because somebody's going to spend 300K, which is like all of my gold, right? Like, I'm not going to justify spending that ever. So, like, that's the part that sucks about GDKPs because of gold buyers.
So I think, like, with what Simon was saying about the payouts he's got, I personally, I've done one GDKP in Season of Discovery, and the payout must have been so insignificant. I can't even remember what it was. It might have been 10 gold or something, you know, or whatever it was. It didn't matter. So do you, like, they're not clamping down, or it's more of a question, like, do you think they're clamping down on GDKPs because of the effect it's having on phase 1, or is this more of a long-term goal of theirs? They're like, well, if we stop it now, it might actually make things better in the future. And in the future, is it? Do you think we could see it go over to Classic?
I think the primary motivator for them banning GDKPs right now is the massive amount of community outrage towards them. I think they're trying to appease the community, which, you know, absolutely, I think it's pretty clear that the majority of players don't like this system. But like I was saying before, I think a lot of people have formed their opinion based off, you know, YouTube highlight reels and not their own actual, you know, experience or knowing what it actually is. You know, certainly the existence of GDKPs makes it much more tempting for people to violate the terms of service and buy gold. And if you have a lot more motivation for that, a lot more people are going to be succumb to that temptation to break the rules. So, you know, you have more demand for gold buying, which means, you know, there have to be more bots to meet that demand and supply. So that kind of leads into that inflation. But it's like Mel was saying before, how many steps down the line are you willing to ban? To me, GDKP is just a loot system. It's totally legitimate player behavior. It creates a lot of incentives that a lot of totally legitimate players would like incentivizing everyone in the raid to stay until the end instead of leaving after the boss.
Simon,
you know,
sorry, let me jump in right there. I'm just telling everybody, like, the way to do it in raid now, I've started doing it. You master loot every item to you until the raid is done. You roll everything off at the end. This helps with that people leaving raid thing. They might still leave if the item doesn't drop, but either way, it helps.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of benefits to the GDKP loot system. That's just one of them. One that I really like is I go to a GDKP raid, I know I'm going to walk out with something valuable for my time. Either some gold that I can spend next week or the actual item I was looking for. If I go to a main spec over off spec or a soft reserve, the odds are I walk away with nothing, and the exact same odds that I walk away for nothing the next time I go. You know, no progress. There's a couple, like, good, legitimate reasons people would want that system. So, you know, the problem with it has always been the people that are breaking the terms of service and buying gold. And, like, that's already illegal.
Already breaking the... Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're not illegal. I mean, against the rules. And it's, you know...
A bannable offense.
Bannable offense. And, like, the problem is only... There only exists a problem with players choosing to use GDKP loot system because Blizzard is unwilling or unable to sufficiently enforce their own terms of service. And that's really, like, to me, that's the end of story. Like, there's nothing wrong with the loot system. The problem lies in Blizzard being unwilling or unable to enforce their own rules that don't actually have anything to do with GDKP.
All right, here.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is that you're treating the symptom instead of the problem, right?
Yeah.
And that's fine. And to be fair, this is Season of Discovery, and I am fine with them trialing out banning GDKPs. I'm 100% fine. I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset about it. I think that it is fine for them to see. And this is the platform to do it, right? Like, this is the platform to test it and to try it and to see what happens. And for all I can say is, you know, I'm curious to see what it does do to the economy or what crazy things people come up with.
All right, well, here
on the way around it.
On that note, I want to play Table Slam's voicemail. We can talk about that, and then I want Simon Eyes to give what I think Blizzard could implement, Like his idea could work and actually make the GDKP system an actual good system. But here, first off, I just want to play tables voicemail.
Hey, Mel, Bob, and guests. It's your boy Table Sam coming at you with a couple of hot takes about this GDKP announcement for Phase 2 Assad. My hot take is that it's not going away. The GDKPs aren't going anywhere. They're just not going to be called GDKPs anymore, and they're not going to be using gold anymore. So I guess technically, yes, GDKPs are going away, but bid runs and RMT are not going anywhere. Like, gold sellers and farmers aren't going to give up just because Blizzard decided to ban GDKPs. Like, no, they're just going to get crafty. And the easiest and least suspicious way that I can think of for them to get crafty is to use supply crate items as the currency instead of gold. It's not that suspicious to be constantly buying and selling supply crate items because that's like a major way that people make gold right now in Phase 1. I would assume the same will be true in Phase 2. It's not going to be that suspicious to be buying and selling a whole bunch of supply crate items in Phase 2. So the raid leader will announce a specific supply crate item as the currency for the run. People will buy gold, use that bought gold to purchase a bunch of supply crate items, show up to the raid with that, use that to bid on items, get their cut at the end, and then relist them on the auction house to actually make their gold from the run. And then the next run uses a different supply crate item. So, like, they didn't solve the problem. They just shifted the goalpost and, like, made it a little more annoying to do it. But, like, people are still going to do it. Like, if I can think of that in 12 seconds, like, people are going to come up with more convoluted shit in the days to come. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, again, it's treating the symptom, right, or the result of one thing. Like, we've already banned gold buying. There's going to be a workaround. Will it limit the number of people that run these types of things? Sure, it will. And that's fine. But it's not going to deter the gold buyers and the people that are running these things, I think, from finding a workaround. Just like we argued with the PvP system, right? Like the PvP system, sure, you can put it into place if you group in 5 or more or 5 or less, you will get grouped with those people. There will be a workaround for those people to get into groups where now they have 10 people against a pug, right? I think the same thing is with this. And that's fine. Try it now and then figure out what else you need to do. I think there's better solutions. I think you could put in more, like, and I don't know, there's probably downfalls to this too, but like, you can't trade more than this amount of gold, right? Like, you cannot trade another person more than 50 gold within 7 days or something like that. Like, I think that potentially could combat this a little bit better than just GDKPs, because yes, there is probably a lot of gold buyers in GDKPs. But yes, there is also probably a lot of people that don't buy gold in GDKPs. There's benefits to it. There's downfalls to it. Like, I get all of that. And I just don't think that this is the end-all be-all solution that people are looking for.
Well, I don't think there'll be any workarounds.
Simon could tell you an end-all be-all way to fix this. I mean, dude, your idea with some tweaks, I think, could be fucking huge, and only Blizzard can implement it to where it can't be taken advantage of. Well, the only way you could take advantage of it with your system would be for people to sell their entire account.
Yeah, so was this the currency one? Was this when we was on together, Simon?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
when it came up with it
back from July.
Way back, year or two ago.
I re-recorded it and repackaged it in the context of Season of Discovery and put it up on my YouTube channel. Yeah, the emblem auction type of thing. So I sat and I thought, like, what are the benefits of a GDKP system? And can I think of a different loot system, imagine one, that could mimic some of these benefits? Because, like, I don't really give a shit. Like, I'm not trying to buy gold to get more gear in a GDKP. Like, to some people, that's the benefit of that. But, there's these very legitimate benefits to a GDKP system as well. That's what I'm interested in. So my idea was that, you click your, character portrait, and it's like loot modes, master loot, free-for-all, group loot. You have another one that says emblem auction, and you enable this. And then every boss drops a couple like emblem currencies for everyone in the raid. And then the bind on pickup items are, you know, instead of a roll box coming up, it's a little box that says like highest bidder, you know, name of someone. And then you have a little option to like press bid higher if you have enough emblems to do so. And then like, you know, when the timer expires, the high bidder wins. They get their emblems deleted and they get the item. And then the emblems are not tradable. Like you get them, they're yours. You can't sell them to someone else. You can't trade them with other players. The only other thing you can do with them is like cash them out at an NPC who might give you like a small amount of gold for the emblems or something that's generally desirable, kind of a nominal, you know, reward for those. Yeah. And, you know, this mimics a lot of the benefits. You know, everyone in the raid gets something. Everyone's incentivized to kill every boss because they want to get emblems from every boss. Geared players are still incentivized to attend because they can take those emblems and cash them out at the NPC or whatever. Yeah, I mean, those are the main three. I think I forgot.
You should say that you only get paid out at the end. Like, that's something I would like to. And then depreciation, too.
Well, here's the thing is, like, do you keep those emblems for your next run? Like, if I have 20
build them up the same way you build gold up.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could raid for 4 weeks and get nothing and then go in there with all your emblems and be like, right, I am getting this item if it drops. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
so
I
gives
love
you
it.
some you know,
and it goes across all your tubes.
A little bit.
Right. It goes across your entire
but I don't
account.
Actually, I just want to be Mr. Negative, if you like, but I don't think we'll see any workarounds for GDKPs.
No.
I think
that is
you
part
don't
of the
think
problem.
Blizzard would implement something like this?
You don't think Blizzard would try this?
No, I'm not shitting on your idea. I think your idea is great. I'd love Blizzard to implement it. I mean, as the whole like buy-in items from the auction house, like Table said, and using those. Like I genuinely, the only workaround that we'll see will be selling boosts. I don't think we'll see any workaround in GDKPs. And the only reason I think it'll be rare is because
I think it'll deter the majority of people not doing GDKPs.
Yeah, exactly, because there's too much effort. And I've played on so many private servers, like 20, 30 private servers where GDKPs are banned. Every fucking private server that launches, GDKPs are banned. You won't find a new private server where they're allowed, and there's no workaround. So no one's like no one could be asked with a workaround. It's just
this is the biggest thing that I could say for this, guys. Okay, the type of person that buys gold to buy gear in GDKPs is a typically lazy person. Or a person that doesn't have a lot of time. They're not going to spend time getting currency from like potions and shit on the auction house, right? Like, so it's going to cut down on a big amount of RMT.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, virtually 0% of the legitimate players are going to attempt to participate in any kind of workaround. And like, if the workaround is like any reasonable amount of effort, which, you know, presumably they would have to be, you know, like what Bob's saying is probably true. Like the people who are trying to buy gold to get more gear in GDKPs, they're going to fuck off because like that's too much effort. I think it's unlikely that we see like substantial workarounds to this. And, you know, it will absolutely decrease the number of GDKP runs, you know, to a very small fraction of what's happening now. And it will remove a big incentive or temptation for people to engage in real money transaction. Again, like the problem never was people doing GDKPs. The problem was people doing real money transaction. And like, yeah, this will address the problem. It'll hurt legitimate players too. But, you know, Blizzard's, you know, demonstrated they're incapable of, you know, enforcing their own terms of service. So like, I guess here we are, hurting legitimate players to improve. I don't know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I mean,
I think one of my biggest barriers is that they're banning GDKPs and not offering a replacement behavior that is similar in the things. So I think what you'd have to do to effectively make this work is say, like, what are the people that are legitimately running GDKPs? What is the benefit to them of those GDKPs? And how do we try to implement that? Like Simon was trying to figure out an alternative, right? That would give him the same benefit that he's getting from running the GDKPs to not promote gold buying, right? And I think that that's very difficult. Sure. Like, it's very difficult to identify what all those reasons are, motivations are that people are engaging in this behavior. And then you've got, like, it's just like anything. Like, you've got those few bad apples that are ruining it for everybody else, right? So how do you then say, okay, well, we can't do GDKPs, but how else? And I'm curious to see how creative the community gets, not to, like, succumb the system and, like, you know, backdoor, like, you know, we can do this and then trade 10 silver every hour. Like, like, I don't want to see that. I want to see what other loot systems come available that are more maybe legitimate, that don't involve gold buying, that provide the same benefits of a GDKP system, where it's like, sure, I can be in a guild, but if I can't be available reliably every Tuesday when they raid, like, maybe I can 2 out of 3 Tuesdays, right? Or every other Tuesday. But a guild doesn't want that. They don't want somebody who's maybe going to be there every other week, right?
Yeah.
And that makes it difficult for people with varying schedules, for people that don't have the ability to say that they can consistently be available at different times. And I do think that's where GDKPs find their biggest benefit, is in people that are like, I still want to do this content, but I can't commit to doing it every week. And I can't commit
100%.
to this guild. And I can't commit to my 5th ult running every week again, right? Like, it goes across all levels. It goes from casuals to the higher end players. And I think that we need to figure out a system that says, yes, I enjoy joining with people with similar goals and similar, like, reasons to finish the raid and still be able to enjoy the game and everything. So I don't know. That's my soapbox there.
Personal loot, but it's not. It's rewarded as a chest at the end of the raid. I know it's not the most popular loot system in the world, but I've always liked personal loot, especially.
I
for
don't even know
pugging.
what that is.
Well, you're
It's
like,
something they put
you
it in
right-click
retail.
on your, and you right click on your portrait at the top, and you set your spec like to whatever you want it to be. So you could go as a holy priest, you could go and heal. But let's say you don't really need any holy gear. You know, you just want shadow gear. You can set your spec as shadow in terms of loot. Yeah, your loot spec, exactly. And then every boss you kill, there's just a chance of you getting an item relevant to your spec. But, like, if you've done that, so it was from the last boss. So you had to stay, and then it was more of it took all 6 bosses and was like, unlucky, you didn't get anything from the first boss. Nope, you didn't get anything from the second boss. Oh, you got something from the 3rd boss, got something from the 5th, you know, and then you loot the chest, and it's like, it might have 2 items in it. It might have nothing in it. You know, and I know that is not a popular opinion. You know, as in,
but I still don't think that
I don't have an opinion on it because I've never done it.
Solves the problem.
I love personal loot as someone who actually likes raiding. You know, as in, I like raiding for fun. So, like, it would be a great excuse for me as like I'll get an example of when I actually used to do it. I'd be a Windwalker monk. I wanted to get some Mistweaver gear. I just wanted to pug just for fun. I'd go in, set my loot as Mistweaver, but go in as Windwalker. I'd pump and have fun, like absolutely fucking smashing damage meters, and then I'm getting some off-spec gear at the same time. Yeah.
Is the personal loot one that, like, guilds would, like, exploit because you could still trade it? Like, so they would bring, like,
it and stuff. They
would bring all of one class and then just trade it over to people. Okay.
Yeah, it may need changing, you know, as in, but yeah, it's a way where it's like, rather than it being stuff being rolled out, it's just pure luck. You know, are you gonna get? You might get an item from the boss, you might not get an item from the boss. But I loved that, and I loved where you could then go out and do dailies or just different activities to then get coins, and then you could get bonus rolls. So, like, if it was a boss that you really wanted an item from, so the Epic Star from Kelris, let's say, it didn't drop, you could use one of your bonus rolls for a chance again, you might get it, you might get some gold. Like there are, in my opinion, and again, I know there's people who don't like those sort of systems, but I think they're really good systems that from retail that could be like reused.
Yeah, I mean, what I just absolutely want is like some other kind of loot system, because like I really don't want to be doing soft reserve and main spec over off spec. There's like not, it doesn't fill a lot of the benefits that GDKP had for me. They can be kind of frustrating to do sometimes.
Well, and I think that's the goal, is like, if we want a system like GDKP's that also goes with people who don't like the gold buying in GDKPs, right? Because Simon's not buying gold. He's just
I think
doing the GDKPs for other reasons.
Nobody
So
but gold buyers like gold buyers in GDKPs. So, you know what I mean?
Correct.
Like,
but there's other, I mean, you don't complain about the gold buyer in a GDKP when you all of a sudden get a really big payout and you're like,
yeah, but like I said,
Especially
earlier, I never get the best items. I never get the best items.
So you might like my loot system then, Bob, because like honestly, in future expansions where like you had ways, like you could only ever get 3 bonus rolls a week. So like out of all of the bosses that you're going to kill in one reset, you could only get 3 a week. But you'd get them from like PvP in. You could hand honor in for a bonus roll. You could hand gold in. You could hand valor points in. You could hand, so like you could go and do anything you wanted in the game and hand them in, but you could only ever get 3 bonus rolls. There was no better fucking high than when you used a bonus roll on a boss that you wanted a trinket from, and you got the fucking trinket on the bonus roll. Like it honestly was so good.
Seeing as I have to assume the odds of them implementing a like new custom system are, virtually 0. I think it's much more likely that they could port personal loot into Season of Discovery. I say putting that in as an option, I'm for it. Yeah, absolutely. Like, give me something else, because like the in-game loot systems, they just kind of blow. And it's why people invented these new systems. It's why people went to, soft reserve system that has some advantages over the like default in-game ones. It's why people made DKP. It's why people made GDKP. Each of these things is like an iteration by the player base to improve upon the existing loot distribution systems. And I think, especially true with GDKP, if legitimate players didn't see value in it, it would not be as popular as it is today. Like, there's no shot GDKP is as popular as it is today if the sole purpose and sole, like, redeeming quality of it was that it allowed gold buyers to whale. No.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, there are the few, not few, like, I don't know how many, but yeah, there has to be a benefit to the other people, which I guess, to be fair, Blizzard is removing a lot of that benefit from them right now, right? Like, it's removing the benefit from the legitimate people so that the gold buyers don't have that ground to play in, right? And maybe that will solve the problem. And maybe from this, we will get a better loot system from the community that ends up being much more positive for everybody, where you don't have to worry about the loot, the gold buyer coming into your run and you never getting the best item, right? So I look at this as like, I'm glad they didn't implement it across all versions of the game, because I think that's premature, right?
Yeah.
I think they don't have the infrastructure to make sure that they can enforce it, and they don't know what's going to come from it. I think Season of Discovery is the perfect place for them to implement this and figure it out. And I encourage the player base to say, all right, whether I like GDKPs or I hate GDKPs, there was a benefit to a lot of legitimate players to play GDKPs. So how can I take that and develop a loot system that makes it much more beneficial to everybody else and come up with something better? Like challenge the community to come up with something better. And I think that's what we're doing right now, right?
Well, I mean, honestly, Blizzard could have taken note of DKP from the very beginning, couldn't they have?
It's an old as fuck system.
Yeah.
That's been around for a while.
Groups came up with. They could have put that in the game a long time ago.
Yeah. I think there will definitely be some innovation in the community of coming up with new loot systems.
I've already seen somebody tweeted out their boss kill points or something like that. But like you'll still have to run with that same group to make that currency worthwhile. But it's currency kept on, I think, their Discord server, like, or
basically DKP.
Yeah. I think it's on a website, and it's just basically DK. Like it's just bringing back DKP, right? So like you can track it on the website. You can,
But these,
at that point, you might as well be in a guild.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could have like right now there's big hub discords where like they host a bunch of like there's 12 different raid leaders and there's raids every day of the week for GDKPs or whatever. You could have a similar like giant hub discord that has its own point system. And the issues like it's just a fuckload of overhead work.
But and on top of that, there might be some shady ways to pay the leaders of that Discord via PayPal
I mean,
for more points. You know what I mean? That's why Blizzard needs to do it.
Externally tracked thing. There's always the risk of, players manipulating that unfairly.
Right, but what if the result is they see rating go down significantly from banning GDKPs? What do you think is going to happen
I think, it's going to... if I have to go and like play in Soft Reserve or MS over OS role groups, like those can be kind of frustrating for me. My initial reaction was like, I mean, I think I probably just won't raid as much because I don't like participating in those types of systems. And, realistically with 6 characters, I can't commit to 6 different consistent guild runs. Even the 2 out of the 6 I have that I am like committed to a consistent run, like those runs don't have the same 10 people every time. Right. It's just it's so hard to play with the same consistent people. And like when I made my 3rd character, I'm like, yeah, I'm not trying to sign up for a consistent run again because it doesn't even work. I think, I heard this for the first time in this podcast today. I think it would be so insanely good if they changed these raids from 3-day lockout to like Tuesday and Friday. So it is on a fixed weekly rotation that will line up with everyone's IRL 7-day lockout, a week. And that would make doing these consistently so much more feasible.
I wonder if they would have banned GDKPs. This is a genuine question. I'm not trying to be funny. I wonder if they would have banned GDKPs in Season of Discovery if they had the WoW token. Like in all seriousness, like in Wrath, they'd be shooting themselves in the foot by banning GDKPs.
I mean, it's kind of like it's
still RMT.
Listen, it's kind of like a state that says, "Fuck it, I'm going to make marijuana legal so that I can benefit from the taxes of marijuana," rather than people just buying it from other people that we're not taxing. Like the amount of money that the states that legalized Colorado first made before the other states kind of got on board and were like, yeah, that was stupid of us, right? Like, I guess, and that's a stupid example. Forgive me. I'm sorry. But I think the WoW token, I don't know that that's the solve, Scotty, because I think people
I'm not saying put the WoW token in Season of Discovery. I'm just saying if it was there, would they have been as quick to ban GDKP?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I'm sure on raid reset night, so Tuesdays on NA, Wednesdays on EU, I'm sure they see a big uptake in token sales on those days compared to other days.
I see what you're saying.
That's hard to know because, like, certainly, if the token's there, then the decision to ban GDKPs is decreasing their revenue.
Exactly.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is the same thing. It's like if rating decreases and player base then potentially decreases. Like we have to also think of what the negative impacts of them banning GDKPs in SOD could combat, right? Because if they see the rating decrease, they see the subscription decrease, they see people's engagement decrease in SOD from banning GDKPs, they will not implement that anywhere else. They will not.
Yeah.
Right. So they have to give an alternative, or we have to give an alternative to GDKPs. And I think that that's where they were short-sighted, is they banned GDKPs without thinking of a replacement behavior for these players that are doing it. And that's always a fault.
But there's no saying they don't revert it in phase 3.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
like, they could literally just go, actually, we you know, we've done a whole phase with no GDKPs. We've not really seen any benefit, and we've not seen, you know, any negative. So we're allowing them again.
My guess would be that this is staying for the rest of Season of Discovery. You know, they worded it in a way that's like, oh, we're just trying this, but seeing how so much of the community feedback is so anti-GDKP, you know, if they ban it and then they revert it in the future, they'll have a fucking riot on their hands.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it depends.
Are we
on
excited
what the
about them
result of it
trying,
is.
though? I am excited about them trying.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm kind of mid
Bob
on
said
it
earlier, I
because
don't
like
have a horse in the race. Like I don't do GDKPs, so it doesn't impact me at all.
I think it's the place to try it. 100%.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I think I think Mel is right. Like the one thing that could happen that would get them to revert this change, which I think is unlikely they'll revert it, but is like if they actually see a decrease in like number of people playing the raids.
The way I try and weigh up any of these things is like, you know, like if GDKPs are in the game, am I going to stop playing? No. If GDKPs are not in the game, am I going to stop playing? No. Then it clearly doesn't. Then it clearly don't matter enough to me. To give a shit, you know.
Yes.
Okay.
And honestly, and I do think that you may see a reduction in rating, but if they don't see a reduction in their revenue from subscriptions, they won't care, right? Like if you see 1,000 people raid versus 2,000 people raiding, but the same number of subscriptions are there, they're going to say that's fine, right?
Yeah.
So
like if I'm still raiding on my like 1 or 2 characters instead of 6 characters, Blizzard doesn't give a shit.
They don't care.
My sub.
Yeah, you're paying your sub, and that's all that matters, right? Now, if they start to lose subs, that's when they start to be like, wait, hold on, we did something really bad.
Look, I think restricting legitimate player behavior and consensual like player activities in order to hurt people that are already breaking the rules in a different way, I think that's already something bad. But, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they should be able to crack down on it, but I don't think I don't think that part's going to happen.
My last thing I want to say, there's one point I had before that, you know, I've done GDKPs for a long time, and I've known some people that have talked about buying gold, that they buy gold. And some of those people have gotten caught by Blizzard. And the times I've known people get caught for buying gold, whether they say they buy gold or not, they tend to get very light punishments and then continue buying gold. So what I think Blizzard could absolutely do that requires no additional effort or detection methods on their part is go from, instead of giving people 2-week suspensions for buying gold, give them 6-month suspensions for buying gold and make a public announcement about it. Say, you know, going forward, if we catch you buying gold, we're doing 6-month suspensions so people know. And like right now, I feel like the punishment for when you do get caught, which doesn't even happen that often, is just like laughable. Like it's not enough to deter people. So like, you know, you don't need new detection methods. You just need to bring the hammer down on the people you do catch.
And that, I needed a break anyway. Ugh.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, people will say just buy a new account, and sure, the bots will buy a new account, but you, the person who's worked this long for all that gear and for like to make your player, you're not buying a new account, so you're not going to buy gold. Like it's not worth it to you. Like the risk is not worth the reward, and that's what they need to do right now.
Unless you're soda popping.
But I also do think with Season of Discovery, I'm not condoning gold buying or saying, oh yeah, like don't worry about it, just go and buy it. But The risk ain't that bad, is it? You know, as in, with like Simon said, you know, really low barrier to entry, very quick to get to 25, very easy to get geared and get all your runes.
Did you say Simon Says?
Buy some gold. Simon said. I said Simon said, not Simon Says. You know, you can get banned, start a new account, and within a week you're back to where you was before anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, I think definitely if they made it clear that they're giving out much harsher punishments, I think that would definitely have an impact on the number of people that are willing to engage in real money transaction.
I mean, they do.
Right now, the punishment's just laughable.
Well, they do give out harsh ones, but I think it's for like multiple things. Because like our fucking like second tank in Wrath got perma banned for buying gold because it was his like third strike. Like, and then we had to like work up his new, like, we thought that he was just trying to quit and that was his excuse. But no, he came back with a new account and then we had to run him through all the kinds of bullshit to get him geared back up. It's just like,
well, I ain't got any sympathy. 7 or 8.
Yeah, I have no sympathy. I have anger towards him.
I personally know 7 or 8 people, I would say, realistically, like that I talk to regularly that have been banned during Season of Discovery so far for buying gold, which that's quite a lot. You know, so 7 or 8 people, that's quite a lot. And they all just got 14 days.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Ridiculous. I mean, I say, you know, no sympathy for them. Get them out of here.
Yeah.
Like, if they get a 6-month ban and they quit the game, fine, good. I don't care. Like, this rule's very clear. You're not supposed to do this. You chose to violate that to shortcut some bullshit. Like, I don't care. Get the fuck out of my game.
One of the funniest ones that they did is back in vanilla. Hold on. Let me say just one of the funniest ones that they did is back in classic vanilla. They actually banned people for a week or 2, but then also took away their epic mount. So we had one guy that bought gold. He logged in. He's like, my mount's gone.
But you know what they also used to do back then is when they fucked up and things weren't right, they used to give us game time. But can you remember a time when that happened?
No, this was in 2020 that it happened.
Okay,
yeah.
Like I remember back in the day when things used to go wrong, and it'd be like, "Look, we're sorry," you know, like
True.
Is 3 or 4 days game time. I've seen that for a long time.
All right, sorry, Mel, go ahead.
So here's the thing: is that I'm asking Blizzard to say, "Give me a replacement behavior for GDKPs for what I want." Okay, now to be fair, I cannot just criticize Blizzard for things that they're doing without giving them a replacement behavior as well, right? So, sure, they're not banning bots. They're not giving long-term bans for people. And that, I believe, comes out of the fear that they will lose people and their subscriptions. That comes out of the fear that their bottom line will go below where it's necessary for them to be able to continue to maintain the game. So, we have to decide what do we want, right? Because I would like for Blizzard to stay successful and continue to profit and make money and continue to grow, right? So if I say, I want you to ban all of these bots with all of this stuff, am I willing to also say, I'm okay with an item shop? Because I have to somehow get that revenue back to them, or else we will lose our classic team. Okay. So, and I don't know how much they make. I don't know what their revenue is. I don't know what their EBITDA is. Like, I don't know where they're at. Right. But I do know that if I take away $1 million of their revenue from bots, where is that going to come from? And am I okay if, like, is the item shop more important to me that it's not there than the bots? Or are the bots more important to me that they aren't there than the item shop?
So the revenue don't really get taken away. So I personally know someone who runs, let's call it a World of Warcraft shop out of Bali. And they're not bots, like genuinely he pays in Bali he's got a factory and he pays like 15 people like absolute minimum wage, which is fucking pittance, to us. To basically just play World of Warcraft in 12-hour shifts around the clock. And I think he's got 7 or 8 accounts that are just constantly farming, but they're actual players that are playing the accounts, and they get banned like every 50, 60 days. But he makes so much money in those 50, 60 days that then he just starts new accounts a day. Boom, they're leveled up. And trust me, this is like a long time viewer of the stream who, when I moved to Bali and started this operation, trust me, he is making fucking tons.
This is the biggest problem. I mean, like, if he's doing that and has people playing, that's not against terms, right?
No. But they get banned. Obviously, you don't actually.
And if they sell that gold, that is complete.
That's the part that's against.
Well, yeah, they're selling it. Obviously, they're selling it, but these accounts are on 24 hours a day. But
this is a big problem,
account
though.
Was on 24 hours.
That's against terms because
because they're on 12-hour shifts. I'm talking. So it takes like up to 2 months before they get banned. Like after 5 or 6 days of an account being on for 24 hours a day, surely that should start raising a little bit of a red flag. Well, like, hang on, Simon Eyes don't need that much sleep, but this is bullshit.
but the biggest problem with them trying to fight gold, buying gold, selling, is the fact that they have automated systems. I know it cuts down a lot, guys. But you need to have real people looking into the issue. Like, just hire some more people. Like, I'm sorry, but you're making plenty on just Classic to hire more people to look at things and decide rather than having automated systems.
How do you know that they're making just enough money? Because you can't just say, like, Classic money doesn't just go to Classic, and retail money doesn't just go to retail, right? Like, it is a company.
Well, how do you know that? I'll turn it back around on you.
Because I feel like I know company finances. I work for a company.
I think Mel's right.
Fair.
Yeah, that like you have your individual, yes, to judge your own performance. But lots of times you develop a new game or something and you're funded completely by the profits of the other games that are doing well, right? And then the goal is
they can have interns do this, working for free.
Better. No. Listen, have you worked in the industry today?
I have worked in LA in the entertainment industry, and it lives off free labor from fucking interns. So I know for sure that that's a thing. So they can do there.
Back in your day, it did. Not today.
The entertainment industry still runs on free
money.
Dude, it still runs on free labor. I'm sorry, Mel.
People want me to pay them.
You're still limited on the amount of interns you can have per employee. I used to work for a company very high up that used to employ interns every summer. And we would have interns every summer. It was great. We used to get free testing. We used to have free labor. Yep. But you can't just get 10,000 interns. You can only have a certain amount of interns per head that you've got employed.
Yeah.
So the bigger the company, the more interns you can have.
You just get a few.
Is it worth Activision having interns in World of Warcraft when they could have many, many, many more interns in Call of Duty? That's going to make far, far more money.
True.
It's the mother brand that matters, not the sister brand.
You're wrong about Call of Duty. They're sending them over to King.
Oh, wherever they're sending them. Yeah, I don't even
they're
know
sending them to the most profitable.
Stop
playing mobile games, guys.
Candy Crush?
Stop playing mobile games, guys. You're ruining gaming.
But I'm done with my soapbox. Go on.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm ready for a pizza.
I've left Pummel and screwed over my ICC run.
Oh my god!
I'm so sorry, guys.
Bob ruining the game.
Yeah, and they had to try to replace a combat rogue in Wrath, which, if you guys don't know, we're like the bottom of the DPS now, so like nobody wants to play them.
Oh yeah, you a debuff bitch.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. But this was a good conversation. We had to keep it going.
I felt like I didn't have to fight anyone. I thought, Scotty, I remembered, I thought you were going to be very anti-GDKP. No, you were pretty neutral. I was coming here ready for
Scotty just can't be bothered.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it don't really affect me whether it's going on or it's not.
We should have had Josh on and watched him lose his shit, because he lost his shit in chat. So he would have just been like reaming up here. But I'm sure he'll talk about. Maybe Josh can bring Simon on to count down to classic.
I was like, I don't know.
Before that's a good one too.
Not about GDKPs, though.
Dude, Josh gets mad. He gets mad. Oh, man. All right.
We'll see.
Well, I'm going to play this very last, because I've already screwed over my team, and so we might as well play this last voicemail.
Hey, Bob, Mel, potential guest again. This is part 2. This is Andy again. I know you're going to devote a huge section to the news that just kind of dropped. It's about GDKPs. I guess I know you do voicemails in the beginning of the episodes, but I will just start out by saying that, what do you think about extending their take on GDKPs to like boosting and other activities that really create a demand for like potential RMT stuff? I like this. I don't know if a lot of people hate it or what, but I kind of like their stance they're taking. I like the idea of, let's go back and make it kind of a old school feel for the game. So I'm all for kind of this little experiment they're trying out. And you know what? I kind of like this. I kind of like this game developer, maybe somewhat heavy-handed approach. Let's make the game this way, and let's let the player base adapt to it a little bit. Let's make it better for the game. I think it's going to be better for the game. I'd love to hear all your takes about it. But that's my last message for the day. Take care. Love the episodes. Keep it up. I can't wait to hear this episode. So thank you. Bye.
So the one thing that I will say is I firmly believe that banning GDKPs is going to cut down on RMT, but he makes a good point. There's a lot of things that it doesn't take out. Boosting blues on the auction house for fucking 500 gold at level 25. Like, who the fuck buys these things? Like,
well, I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised, they've done the anti-boosting mechanics before. I'm surprised that weren't in Season of Discovery.
But we don't want those, though. We want to have fun in dungeons. Like, Go is a big proponent of that. Like, that takes out fun for, like, soloing things and different things.
I think boosting is a fundamentally different kind of RMT transaction than GDKP, because boosting is almost always a fixed cost. Of like, you pay the booster X amount of gold, you get this many runs, and it takes that many runs to go from this level to that level. There's very much a fixed cost to it. Whereas in GDKP, the sky is the limit.
That's true.
You can compete with another gold buyer, and, the only way you win is if you have more gold than the other person. So there's no upper bound on how much gold you need to get what you want. And there's also the unknown nature of, you don't know how much gold you're going to need. So, you might feel like, I got to buy a whole lot because if it drops, I need to be able to win it or something like that. I think it's a much more insidious or much stronger temptation to get people to buy gold. When there's no clear limit on how much gold they would need to achieve what they want. Whereas boosting is, again, another consensual player behavior of like, man, this mage can level me up really quickly. I'm happy to pay them, $3 gold a run or whatever the rate is to level up fast. I think it's generally bad when Blizzard restricts, legitimate player behavior just to try to hurt illegitimate players.
Yeah, I agree. I think you go down a rabbit hole if you start restricting, boosts and things like that. Like, I was able to boost characters in TBC without even thinking about buying gold, right? Like, I was able to pay 5 gold a run for whatever Mordon or whatever it was and get boosted. And was that the best choice or experience? Probably not. But was it the best option for me at the time? Sure.
Did you pay for that, Mel?
Okay, well, Bob had enough gold that he didn't buy, that he paid for it, right? So whatever.
Exposed. Mel just got caught.
No, I mean, I play all day.
I am buying gold from Bob. For
she makes the real money. I make the in-game money. Yeah, she makes the real money.
All right.
I mean, there was still a reason for it, though. I don't know. I personally, whilst yes, I've been boosted. My warrior on Crusader Strike, I sat in RFC.
You're getting boosted right now.
9 till 18, something like that. Yeah, it's great. But at the same time, and no, I didn't buy the gold. Someone else bought it and gave it to me. Well, that doesn't count. Yeah, I'm surprised it weren't in. Whether it should be there or shouldn't be there, whatever. But I'm very surprised that the anti-boosting mechanics weren't put in Season of Discovery.
I think I am too, to be honest.
It would be totally fine if they put anti-boosting mechanics in the dungeon to lower the experience gain or viability of that. Sure, if you want to do that, sure. But if you want to just leave all these, leave it the way it is and just say, you can't do this, transaction. This transaction of paying a mage to boost you in RFC is now bannable. That's the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
I agree. I think the things that they did eventually of lowering the XP or doing, making it so that, certain mobs, what was it?
You ended up getting perma-stunned, didn't you? The longer you was in combat, then eventually you just literally got locked down because every mob started stunning. So you couldn't just kite them for fucking hours. And
I don't even know if I want to go to that extent, right? I think just lowering the XP kind of made it not as beneficial, but still kind of okay, right? I think that that's fine. But I agree that you go down this rabbit hole of okay, you ban that, then what do you are you going to ban selling certain items for a certain price because that's probably, I don't know. I just think there's no end to that. I feel like you need to address the problems and try to prevent people from wanting to engage in the problematic behavior.
Yep.
Whew. Man, guys, yeah, this has been a episode right here. I let my friends in a GDKP down in wrath for this GDKP talk.
Wait, it was a GDKP raid? So wait.
It was Pubbles.
By not participating in it, are you saving the game?
True.
Oh,
you should let them know.
My hero.
To be fair, I think they still only have 24 in Discord, so you might be fine to go join them.
Get that.
You're doing a Wrath raid.
Yeah. 12 of 12 ICC, and I was the combat rogue, so.
Right.
Oh, I feel bad. Well, okay.
Cheers.
There was. Oh, right. Yeah, we're just gonna. Scotty was worried about him starting a slur, and here I am. All right, we're gonna close this out here. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at WC Reloaded. You can follow the Mash Those Buttons Network at the Mash Network. If you want to send us an email, do so at wcrpodcast@gmail.com. If you'd like to join the Discord, it's warcraftreloaded.com/Discord. Discord. If you'd like to help us out with Rested XP when you do your purchase, please go to warcraftreloaded.com/rested XP. How can you up the pod? You can just give us ratings. You can give us comments on YouTube. You can tell everybody in your guild that Bob's a moron and like make them listen to see how much of a moron that I am. So yeah, that's how you can help us. Patreon, you can join that. We did start a guild on Warcraft Rumble. It's WCR Podcast is the name of the guild. A space between WCR and podcast. Come join us for some fun mobile fun. Yeah. All right, Scotty, where can we find you?
Scotty J on YouTube. I'm going to start streaming on Twitch again, maybe. I keep telling myself that and still don't. But I might. We'll see. That's Scotty J87.
Nice. Mel, where can we find you?
You can find me on Warcraft Rumble, where Bob yells at me for not doing my surges. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. You can find me in Discord and in game, Mel Arena. And if you find me in game, please don't kill me. Okay. If you're
what if I find you in Stranglethorn Vale during
please
the
don't
blood
kill me.
moon?
Please don't kill me.
But I need my blood shards.
Simon is totally killing you.
No.
I'm killing everyone I can.
Listen, I will find friends and we'll come back. Probably not. But you just better feel very threatened if you kill me, okay?
Okay. Well, I will recruit from the League of Shadows. And
no, Simon, I cannot compete with that.
And Simon, where can we find you?
I am on Twitch at twitch.tv/SimonizeShow. That's one word. SimonizeShow. And it's the same handle on YouTube. Simonize Show's the channel name. And then like there's like a Discord with a bunch of rogue information that's all like linked up through, like you can find the link to it on the YouTube and Twitch pages, but there isn't a fancy, easy to remember, link for that. Whatever. Look under any of the YouTube videos. You can find the Discord. Yeah, good stuff. I'm live Monday through Friday. Playing Season of Discovery, and we'll have a long stream on Thursday. The plan is to level directly to 40 and clear Gnomeregan, which might take like 15 hours, and that's going to be crazy. I'm kind of looking forward to that, but also kind of not.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do that either, because I know Jordy said first 10 are in my raid. It's like, so it's just like, do I want to try for that? Oh. All right. Well, yeah. You can find me on Twitter at Blazin_Bob. That's BLAZZIN_BOB. You can find me on Twitch and the show live at Blazin' Bob. Let's get out of here.
Bye.
Cheers, guys.
Bye now. Thank you for having me.
Bye. Thank you very much for checking out Warcraft Reloaded podcast. Make sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell so you don't miss any future content.